Hello. Hi. Hi, 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 hi. Sorry I'm late. I need to get my shit together clearly. Hello. Hi, welcome back. Are we good? Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Are we good? Are we good? Yes, I'm trying, Carrie. I'm trying. That's my dream. We'll see. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Happy Sunday. Yeah, I've been just busy. I hope you guys have been having a lovely weekend. Hello, hello. Welcome back. My name is Melly. This is my channel. Welcome. We are back to talking about the Lauren Matthias case, aka hidden true crime situation. And first of all, housekeeping out of the way. If you guys know, you know. Oh yeah. Can you guys see it? Okay. You know it's gonna be good when I have my coffee. Okay. So before I get started, I do just want to, say make your own opinion. I am not telling you what to believe, what to say, what to think, how to act, what to do. It's just a crazy situation. I know as of the last live, we did a part one to this. If you missed it, definitely go back. I know it's pretty long, but we read through half of there's a set of documents and we read through half of them there. So we pretty much read in the first live, the police reports, Grayson and Lauren's declaration, the second declaration, the witness affidavit, the ex parte motion, Christina's first objection, the declaration of all of the witnesses or people involved, and then we read the second declaration of Grayson, and the final piece we read was the declaration of the husband, John Matthias. And so we're going to start today with Lauren's response to the objections. And I did just want to say, like, I'm reading them because she put her business out there in the first place. So I do read the comments and I do like to interact with you guys. And some people are like, very few people are like, oh, can't believe you're reading this. Like, would you want your shit out there? And I'm like, okay, first of all, my shit is out there. I haven't necessarily spoke on a lot of it, but I know I have been doxxed before. So at the end of the day, you know who you're coming here to support. And I think that I have proven myself as a person, but I feel like I'm not reading these documents in the intent to be malicious. Like, they're public information. You made a 9-hour live and then you made a response to it that I'm not even going to entertain because I find it ridiculous. And to each their own. You can come here and listen to me read the documents. I'm not gonna dog on anyone. I'm not gonna shade anyone. I don't have a problem with her. I don't know them. It is what it is, right? But you did come up here and make a 9-hour live. So therefore, it's public information. They're public documents. I got them from a lovely spreadsheet from an acquaintance of a friend, Sleuthi. I will link her down in the description. I haven't updated them yet, but I will. And I'll link it there, her X account, because I don't really get on X, but maybe I should. I don't know. Let me know. I hear it's successful over there. But anyways, so we're just reading them and you make your own opinion. I'm not here to force you to pick a side, if you may. That sounds petty as hell, but I know that I personally wasn't the response that I was looking for. And what do you mean by that, Melanie? Like, why do you think you matter and you're involved? I just feel like because I was a supporter of the channel. And so like I did watch them. And I just feel like it wasn't really addressed. And I don't know. It made me feel uncomfortable. But we're gonna read the documents. We read documents here all the time pertaining to all true crime cases. And I do have a Patreon coming for that as well. So, anyways, let's just get started where we left off. I'm going to read the rest of the documents, and then if we can get to it, we'll go through the exhibits. There's quite a few, which is like the videos and all of that. And then I also do have the audio hearing. We did already play that. I don't think I'm going to redo that. There's one 3-hour live where we played it, and then I clipped the part of just the audio that I got from a good friend of mine, ATS. She has a channel here on YouTube too. And that's the clip that Turtle Boy played. And I'm obsessed with him. So I will mention that just to toot my own horn. But anyways, I'm obsessed with that channel over there lately. Anyways, let's get started. Shout out to you guys for being here. Please hit the like button. It really does help the channel, especially us little channels. Chiquito. Okay. And shout out to my mods for being here. They're not just mods, they're friends, and they take their time to come and show up and hang out. And I love them for that. So hello, 𝐼𝐸, hello, Debbie. Thank you. Thank you. I saw Suzanne. Why is YouTube doing me like this again with the names? I don't get it. It's like selective. Some channels have the regular handles and other channels don't. And I'm like, why? Is it like bigger channels only now? Or what is the deal? Hey, Kara. Hey, Carrie. Hello, hello. Lindsay Bay, I am so glad you found me, girl. Cyber Chick, hello. Michelle. Okay, okay. Yes, yes, yes. It's your voicemail. Yes, thank you, First Liberties. It is my voice. But I just wanted to make note of that. And like also my business. I do want to make a live about like my personal experience, not like with anything like this. Well, I did have an experience with like stalking, like a predator being in my circle, etc. And I did have I have had experience with the law as well. So maybe I should make a live about myself if you want to listen to me talk about myself. Just kidding. That actually sounds really messed up. So, but I'll still do it if you guys are interested because I know people are because people talk shit on the YouTube. Anyways, moving on. It's not about me. Hey, Tasha. Hey, Bet. Okay. I love Turtle Boy. We are well, I don't know about you, but I love Turtle Boy. I'm a fangirl. Okay, anyways, that's enough. All right, I'll shut the fuck up. Let's get started. This is the first document we're reading, and this is Lauren's response to Christina's objection. So going back and forth, back and forth. And yeah, let's get started. Respondents. Oh, and if I mess up the name, forgive me. I'm not a professional in this. I have it written down here in my little handy dandy notebook because there's all kinds of people involved. Respondent's opposition fundamentally mischaracterizes both the law and facts of this case, by advancing two legally unsupported defenses. One, that the petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking. And two, that creating multiple social media accounts dedicated to attacking petitioner's account constitutes protected public disclosure. Both arguments fail as a matter of law. The evidence before this court, including sworn declarations from multiple witnesses and documents, demonstrates a calculated campaign of harassment that caused the petitioner to experience the S word. You know what I'm saying? Suicide. Ideation. So when one takes their own life. I don't know why YouTube is so sensitive, really. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but I respect it. Therefore, we'll try to follow the damn rules. To experience ideation for the first time in her life. And this bugs me. This bugs me. Yeah, the eyebrows were hilarious. Dude. It's really funny. But anyways. Social media is a choice. Don't like what people say. Log off. Boo boo. Oh, yes. Yes. You talking to me or Lauren? Because I'm here, baby. Anyways, Lauren also did some pretty lies and alibis. Oh, okay. Oh, let me pull up the chats. I didn't know that. Never you. Thank you. That is interesting, Patty. I didn't know. Hey, clearly, Shelly. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. And this just if it's serious, okay, fine. You're bringing up the ideation stuff. If you're effing around, clearly the judge did not approve of this. This is offensive for those of us who have dealt with this situation or known family members who have gone through this situation. As petitioner testified, up until 2025, I have never questioned that before. This is what Lauren is saying. Up until 2025, I have never questioned that before. This has felt like a complete nightmare I can't wake up from. That was in Lauren's third declaration for reference. The dangerous precedent respondent seeks would eviscerate stalking protections for anyone with an online presence and would transform social media into a free fire zone for personal vendettas. The court should reject respondents' attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for targeted harassment. Legal analysis. Respondent's public figure defense has no basis in Utah stalking law. The statute makes no distinction based on public profile. Respondents' central argument that petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking represents a fundamental misunderstanding of Utah law. Protects any person from stalking behavior. The statute contains no exception, limitation, or modification based on a person's public visibility, social media following, or participation in public disclosure. Respondent incorrectly imports quote unquote public figure doctrine from defamation law, where it affects the burden of proof under New York Times versus Sullivan. This doctrine has no application to stalking law. The heightened standard of public figures and defamation cases do not extend to criminal harassment or stalking prosecutions. A victim's a victim's status as a public or private figure is irrelevant to stalking analysis. B, public visibility does not waive protection from targeted harassment. Respondent argues that because petitioner uses these platforms to speak out on a range of issues, she should expect and tolerate the alleged stalking behavior. This argument conflates two distinct legal concepts. Respondent argues that because petitioner uses these platforms to speak out on a range of issues, she should expect and tolerate the alleged stalking behavior. Okay, this argument conflates two distinct legal concepts. One, the protected public disclosure and criticism, First Amendment. Two, targeted harassment and stalking, criminal tortious conduct. The First Amendment protects robust public debate and criticism. It does not protect course of conduct intended to cause fear or emotional distress. B, targeted harassment campaigns and true threats and stalking behavior. The First Amendment permits restrictions on speech that threaten unlawful violence or consist of targeted harassment. Two, respondent social media accounts constitute targeted harassment, not public disclosure. The respondent's social media accounts exist solely to attack the petitioner. The most compelling evidence that the respondent's conduct constitutes stalking rather than protected speech is the singular purpose of her social media accounts. Respondent has created at least two separate social media accounts on TikTok and Instagram dedicated exclusively to disparaging petitioner under the thin veil of discussing an ex-friend. That I honestly cannot speak on, you guys, because like I haven't watched a lot of the TikToks and Instagram. Did she and do you believe that those pages were made? Hey, you sent yes, yeah. Um, Interesting, moderator. Um, okay, I'm distracted. But I haven't watched them, so maybe I should. Because I can't really say like, don't forget he claimed they wanted her deceased. Who? I call it the Brad Pitt defense. Stop. That's hilarious. Yeah, I didn't appreciate that. Um, let's move on. This is not a case where respondent maintains general social media accounts that occasionally reference petitioner while discussing various topics. These accounts were created for one purpose only, to conduct a sustained campaign attacking petitioner's moral character. When 100% of an account's content targets a single individual, it cannot be characterized as public disclosure. It is a harassment campaign. Hmm. The ex-friend identifier proves personal targeting. Respondent's chosen terminology reveals the true nature of her conduct. By repeatedly referring to petitioners as ex-friend, respondent acknowledges that this is a personal relationship, not matters of public concern. This is not commentary on public officials' policies, a business practices, issues affecting the community, matters of legitimate public interest. Instead, this is precisely what it appears to be, a personal vendetta arising from a failed friendship conducted through social media platforms. The term ex-friend itself demonstrates that respondents' grievances are personal, not public. A personal vendetta against Lauren? Really? Like, if she feels that way, okay, I respect it, but, like, the lawyer's mischaracterizing the evidence. Bet you that's coming up in the respondent's next motion. It was cringe. Commenting on matters of public interest that Lauren made public do not prove stalking behavior. I agree, Michelle. I feel bad for Lauren. Nobody would know ex-friend was her besides a few people. Yeah, she did bring it to the light, and I didn't know who this Christina person was, up until I saw that 9-hour live. Okay, Utah's statute explicitly covers communications about an individual. It's in Utah code is unambiguous in its scope. The statute defines course of conduct to include acts in which the actor communicates to or about an individual, directly or indirectly or through any third party, and to by any action, method, or device or means. The statutory language is critical to this case. The legislator legislature deliberately included communications about an individual post, not just to them. This means that the respondent cannot escape liability by claiming she never directly contacted petitioner. Creating social media accounts that communicate about petitioner to third parties through 50 plus posts and videos over several months falls squarely within the statute's plain language. The legislature's inclusion of or about recognizes the reality of modern harassment. Stalkers often attempt to harm their victims through indirect means, including social media, campaigns designed to damage reputation, recruit others to their cause, or create public humiliation. Respondents' TikTok and Instagram accounts dedicated exclusively to posting content about her ex-friend constitute precisely the type of indirect harassment the statute prohibits. Furthermore, the statute's language, quote unquote, by any action, method, device, or means explicitly contemplates modern technology. Social media platforms are a device and means of communication. When someone creates multiple accounts across different platforms for the sole purpose of posting content about one individual over several months, they have engaged in a course of conduct under the plain statutory language. D, no legitimate public interest exists. The Supreme Court has long distinguished between speech on matters of public concern and purely private disputes. Personal grievances between former friends do not constitute matters of public concern that warrant First Amendment protection when used as weapons for harassment. Respondent cannot transform a private vendetta into a protected public disclosure simply by posting it online. Unlike legitimate public interest speech, such as consumer warnings about dangerous products, exposing public corruption, discussing community safety issues, political or policy commentary. Respondent's campaign serves no public interest. It is revenge masquerading as free speech. This is Lauren's response to the objections. It's revenge masquerading as free speech, they say in this document. Applying the Ragsdale framework to social media harassment. Utah statute specifically includes communications, quote unquote, about individuals. Before applying Ragsdale, it is crucial to understand the statutory framework. Utah code, whatever, defines course of conduct as including acts where the actor communicates on or about an individual directly, indirectly, or through any third party. This or about language is dispositive here. Respondent cannot claim First Amendment protection or argue she never contacted the petitioner when the statute explicitly prohibits communications about an individual. The legislator's choice to include or about demonstrates clear intent to capture indirect harassment campaigns, exactly what social media enables. When respondent created accounts posting 50 plus times about her ex-friend over several months, she communicated about petitioner to third parties, satisfying the statutory element. This interpretation aligns with the statute's purpose, which is preventing stalkers from circumventing the law through the indirect means. Without the or about language, stalkers could freely conduct harassment campaigns. I have to sneeze. Sorry. Hold on. I don't want to be rude and just sneeze in your face. Okay, sorry for the rude interruption. The interpretation aligns with the statute's purpose, preventing stalkers from circumventing the law through indirect means. Without the or about language, stalkers could freely conduct harassment campaigns through social media, claiming immunity because they never directly contacted their victim. The legislator foreclosed this loophole. The directed at standard in digital context. Utah App 36 provides a controlling framework. The court distinguished speaking about someone, which is potentially protected, and directing conduct at someone to cause distress, which is stalking. Critically, the Ragsdale court found stalking even when the defendant claimed to be protesting only a business, not targeting the owner personally. Thank you. They're all grown women. They should have just went on their separate ways instead of instigating. Yeah, I agree. Here, respondent conduct is even more clearly directed at the petitioner. The account exists solely to discuss the petitioner. The content references petitioner directly or through transparent ex-friend references. The posts are designed to reach the petitioner's social circle, and the clear intent is to damage the petitioner's reputation and cause emotional distress. C, course of conduct through multiple platforms. Creating multiple social media accounts to target one person satisfies the course of conduct requirement under Utah Code 76. Each account creation, each post, and each attempt to expand the audience for these attacks constitutes a separate attack in the stalking pattern. The use of multiple platforms, TikTok and Instagram, demonstrates escalation and obsessive behavior, not legitimate commentary. So, side question, if anyone knows the answer, what did Lauren do? That 9-hour live, now that we have the other side of the story, which I always said, make your own conclusions with both sides of the story. But like, she did this. She attacked Christina. If some may say, it could be allegedly that she attacked Christina in that 9-hour live. She left out certain parts of the audio court hearing, and she left out certain parts of these documents in that 9-hour live. How do you do that in a 9-hour live? I don't know. I've never done one. Maybe we should. And just bullshit, but I don't know. Anyways, besides the point. So I guess that's just my question. Here, the number speaks for themselves. 50 plus posts and videos about petitioner over a 6-month period across multiple platforms. This far exceeds the statutory minimum of 2 or more acts. Each of these 50 plus posts represents a deliberate choice to continue the harassment campaign. This is not a case of 1 or 2 ill-considered posts in a moment of anger. This is a sustained, deliberate campaign spanning half of a year. The sheer volume and duration demonstrate the obsessive nature of the respondent's conduct and her intent to cause ongoing distress. D, the cumulative effect of social media campaigns. The Ragsdale Court emphasizes examining the cumulative effect of conduct. A social media harassment campaign creates unique cumulative harm, permanent digital footprint of attacks, viral potential expanding the audience, 24/7 accessibility of harassing content, recruitment of others to participate in harassment, ongoing nature creating fear of escalation. Respondent misapplies the reasonable person standard. The standard does not change based on public profile. Respondent's opposition states, it is simply not reasonable that Matthias would expect to continually engage in public discussion without encountering speech she disagrees with. This fundamentally misunderstands the reasonable person analysis under Utah Code 76, whatever. The proper inquiry is whether a reasonable person in petitioner's circumstance would experience fear or emotional distress from the specific conduct alleged, not whether public figures should generally expect criticism. The statute asks whether the respondent's course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or to suffer other emotional distress. B, social media harassment creates unique, reasonable fear and emotional distress. A reasonable person would experience significant distress from multiple accounts dedicated to attacking their character, persistent posting about personal matters, public humiliation before their social and professional circles, the permanence of online content, and the potential for escalation from online to physical harassment. Accepting respondents' interpretation would mean that anyone with social media forfeits protection from stalking. Online harassment is categorically protected. Digital stalking receives greater protection than physical stalking. Victims must choose between online presence and personal safety. Respondents' constitutional arguments fail. Anti-stalking laws are constitutional even when applied to speech. Respondents suggest that any restriction on speech about petitioner violates the First Amendment. This is incorrect. Remember, this is Lauren's response to the objections. Courts nationwide have upheld stalking statutes and injunctions against First Amendment challenges. The Supreme Court in 𝐼𝐸 versus Colorado recently reaffirmed that states may constitutionally prohibit true threats and stalking conduct, requiring only a showing of recklessness regarding the threatening nature of communications. Even if strict scrutiny applies here, which it does not, if this is targeted harassment, properly tailored stalking injunctions remain constitutional because compelling government interest and narrow tailoring. It is ultimately up to the court to decide on the final language of the injunction. Should the court determine the proposed language is too vague or overbroad, the solution is not to discard it entirely, as the respondent argues. Rather, the court should simply tailor and narrow the language it finds too restrictive. Whatever language the court deems appropriate, the respondent cannot be allowed to transform targeted harassment into protected speech simply by claiming First Amendment protection. Here's Lauren's argument. The scope and severity of respondents' campaign. This is crazy. Hey, Chantel, glad you made it. I'm just catching up with your guys'. Oh, thank you, Amanda. You got sucked in with the Kenzie. I know, but we're glad you're here. Thank you for being here. Please, please, please hit the like button. Yeah, if it's not happening for you, just refresh. YouTube sucks sometimes. Okay, so the evidence establishes that respondent created a systematic harassment campaign across multiple platforms, producing 53 plus documented videos and 33 Instagram posts dedicated exclusively to targeting the petitioner. So like Lauren and Grayson really just sat there and went through all of this shit and documented all of these times. They must have time. Anyways, the unprecedented volume of content combined with the witness testimony establishes clear intent to harass rather than engage in protected speech. Timeline of escalation documented by multiple witnesses. April 9th of 2025, the confrontation that started it all. Respondent confronted petitioner at the Maricopa County Courthouse, so Lauren and Christina, causing such distress that petitioner suffered a panic attack, witnessed by her employee, Grayson. That day we left court where we were reporting, and Lauren had a panic attack. Lauren and I together all day, every day, and I had never seen something like that before, said Grayson. Former CNN anchor Suzanne Hendricks also witnessed the aftermath, testifying that Lauren was, quote unquote, extremely emotional and in a state she had, quote unquote, had never seen before. That was in the Hendricks declaration, if you want to refer back to that. April through June of 2025, patterns of physical stalking. April 15th, Janice confronted petitioner at the courthouse, requiring bailiff intervention. That was in Lauren's first declaration. I'm saying it, so if you want to refer back to it, you can. Ongoing. I already read them in the first live. Just go back and listen. Anyways, ongoing. Janice repeatedly filmed Grayson at work for no other reason than to harass and intimidate me. That was in Grayson's declaration. June 19th. Warning received that things would go public and people wanted Lauren's head on a platter. Also Grayson's declaration. June through August of 2025, social media campaign launches. Shortly after the June 19th warning, respondent launched her targeted social media accounts. The content demonstrates malicious intent through specific examples. And here are the examples. Oh, and don't mind the smoke behind me. I know everyone's always like, is there a fire? Should we call a hot ambulance man and fireman to go over there? Yes, but no, it's not a fire. It's just the candles in the back burning. So don't mind that. Best eye roll. Yeah. No, she basically did lose it. Yeah. Yeah. Christina, if you want to say hypothetically, really honestly, Christina won that hearing. So say what you want. Okay, let me have a drink of my coffee. Patty's laughing at my comment that I made. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so these are the specific examples. Okay, are you ready? Because you guys remember that comment about like her brother or whatever, the sperm and stuff. Oh, too much for me. Okay, but anyways, so it says the brother's sperm post, July 7th, 2025. Respondent published a video with a caption without his consent, falsely insinuating, not me not being able to read, falsely insinuating SA of petitioner's dying brother who had just passed in March of 2025. This video garnered over 33,000 views. The psychological cruelty of this post cannot be overstated. Attacking a grieving sister with false SA allegations about her deceased brother. So the thing I think that happened, and don't come for me, but the thing I think that happened was like something was said about preserving his sperm for like if I guess if they wanted to someone wanted to have his kids later. I think for what? Like to keep the family name going. I don't know why people do these things. Okay. I only know why I do what I do, and I'm not perfect. But anyways, let's continue. So apparently, I think that's the thing. And so she's saying that Christina posted that she was like graping him while he was like in a vegetative state or something like that, which is icky. And it's just a little too much for me. But either way, it's disgusting and it's not cool, regardless, on both of their ends. Whatever happened. It's just not funny because that man was ill and he passed. And so I don't know what's wrong with people. But anyways, let's continue. Um voice recording, voice recording post July 12th, 2025. A respondent posted recordings of the petitioner's voice comparing her to the famous 𝐼𝐸𝐳, garnering 33,000 plus views. So Christina posted a video where she said like, Lauren sounds like 𝐼𝐸𝐳 or something. I don't know. Professional tax, August 6th, 2025. Posted about petitioner's husband credentials, admitting she called the University of Nevada to investigate. And this is, I hear it goes both ways. Like, yeah, is it shady? She kind of called to investigate. I guess what's your intention behind that? But at the same time, like, no, maybe not, because maybe someone wants to look into his credentials because he does post himself out in social media and on the YouTube streets as a mental health professional. So I think if people want to scope him out, if they're listening to their channel and they want to be like, okay, I want to support this channel and I want to make sure this doctor is legitimate, like, let me go look into it. That's one thing, right? But if she did it to be evil, I guess that's another thing. But like, how do you guys feel about it? Like, don't let me tell you how to feel about it. Yes, it is a case of Mean Girls. This is Mean Girls 2025 minus Lindsay Lohan. Wow, I'm gonna look into his credentials after the live they did on Friday. See, Redondo Beach wants to because and there, you know what, Redondo Beach, you absolutely have the right, and you should. We all should, because they came onto that 3-hour live that I'm not even going to entertain. And they were trying to compare a lot of psychology to the situation, but didn't address the situation. And therefore, I didn't pay for an hour of therapy. Like, I wanted you to address the situation. Like, I pay my therapist all the time, and, like, that shit's expensive, so I don't need to, like, hear it through the YouTubes either, and I appreciate it, that's their content, that's what they do, I respect their content, they're really good, I'm not knocking or dogging anyone, but, like, at the same time, I'm like, "What is this Brad Pitt reference, and what the are you even saying?" Like, halfway through it. So anyways, enough of the ranting, let's continue, please. The psychological impact, evidence of severe harm. The court should consider the devastating psychological impact documented by multiple witnesses and a licensed forensic psychologist. You guys should really go back to the last live I did. The last document we read was Dr. John Matthias's whatever declaration. Please, please go listen. Let's continue. Dr. John Matthias, clinical and forensic psychologist who has evaluated over 500 criminals, provides expert testimony about the impact, quote unquote. And this, I think, is in the declaration. The day I will never forget is July 7th of 2025. This is Dr. John speaking. At approximately 5 o'clock in the morning, I woke up to Lauren rocking in our bed in visible distress. She was holding her legs tightly against her chest in the fetal position as she rocked back and forth on the bed. She was experiencing a severe panic attack, and she told me that she did not want to live. The moment was devastating for me as her husband and deeply alarming as a clinician who understands the seriousness of such statements. Never once in the 10 years that I have known Lauren has she ever expressed or considered such thoughts. Dr. Matthias confirmed documents that the petitioner has suffered from heightened anxiety and depression. Oh, he's done now talking. Repeated panic attacks, trauma symptoms, including hypervigilance, social withdrawal, insomnia and weight loss, and ideation. Social withdrawal. I'm sorry, but Hidden True Crime, I can tell from the timeline or the feed has been posting consistently throughout all of this. So social withdrawal, I think if you were really that scared for your life, you probably wouldn't be out there. I know it's your job, but the narration. Do you like it, Jakey, or what? Do you approve? Lindsay Lohan did it better. Dude, I love Lindsay Lohan. Social withdrawal, what? That's what I'm saying. Like, if you were scared, why is your ass on here putting your shit out in the public and continuing to socialize with people on a social platform? Not me being petty. Personally, I'm skeptical of YouTube psychologists. I've met real behavioral therapists through people smarter than myself, and it's a huge difference. I have too. It's a very, very, very huge difference. I've seen many therapists in my life, especially from I did in childhood, and then also like into my. I like it. I enforce it. I suggest it. I recommend it. I think therapy is helpful if you find the right people, professionals. Anyways, let's continue. If they were scared, they would have gone through the rest of the PSI hearing. Oh, Redondo Beach said it, not me. I have seen so much mean crap on YouTube, downright cruel, usually out of jealousy. Alicia, you couldn't have said that better. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. Impact on child, secondary victimization. Okay, and the whole thing with the child, like, why I feel like Lauren brought the child in to this. And that's just my opinion. And that doesn't mean I hate her, whatever. She deserves whatever. I mean, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that she didn't need to do that. Impact on child. The couple's 8-year-old son has developed an unusual sense of responsibility to protect his mother, telling her that she must promise to run to save her life if he tells her to and not to ask questions. The child exhibits constant fear. Harm will come to the mother. Social withdrawal from friends, sleep disturbances, and significantly reduced appetite. Impact on employee. I'm not even going to go in there because it's a child. I'm not going to even talk shit or say anything. That's all I'm going to say. Who involved the child? That's all I want to know. and children are off hands. You know that here, we know that here. Impact on employee. Grayson testified, quote unquote, "I have lived every day in complete fear, persistent anxiety, suffocating dread, and the crushing weight of uncertainty. She required psychiatric treatment for anxiety, prescription medication to sleep, constant checking of doors and home cameras." That I also have a problem too. If you didn't listen to the part one, you missed out where Grayson says in the document that she has experienced mental health issues because of the situation, but there's proof that she was already having mental health issues prior. So I guess we would need more information on there, on that situation, I think, like, and that's getting into someone's mental health, and that's just an invasion of privacy. Like, okay, fine, if they're bringing it into this, fine, fine, fine. But I think as far as Grayson's past mental health, I think and I'm only saying this from experience because I went through mental health treatment as well. This is like a good story. My past is a good story for like learning to overcome mental health issues and like criminal issues and legal issues. So one day I will tell my complete story to you guys if you're interested. But I feel like as far as like the past stuff, that should be kept private. But if she's really claiming that this caused it, then it's not so private, right? And I hope she's okay and not having mental health issues, but to mock it, I guess, in these documents, because I don't know. I guess it's a little offending, but it could be offending to some people. Evidence of recruiting others and expanding the campaign. Respondent's own video demonstrates systematic efforts to recruit others and expand her harassment campaign. In July of 19th of 2025, the post. So we're going to go through these exhibits too. So I guess there was a post that says, "Look, I have 50 people following me, but I get way more views than that. So I know a lot of you are lurkers. I know it's either because she hurt you too, or she hurt someone you care about. She told you about this account. Come join. The water's nice and peaceful in here." So apparently Christina said that in a post. Does she really take that as harassment? That that's wild. I didn't take that as threatening. I didn't read this post and think, "Oh my God, I need to call the police." Like I didn't do that. And I can be dramatic. Yeah, I could probably, yeah. Um, but yeah. Mhm. July 8th, 2025, featured accomplice Sarah with caption, "I'm curious if you know who I'm talking about and if you yourself have stories to share. Don't name names in the caption, just let me know if you know." Hmm. That was in the I don't get that. "I'm curious if you know who I'm talking about and if you personally have stories to share." Okay, so she's talking about that with someone named Sarah? Okay. August 19th. "Don't forget, quote unquote, don't forget to like and comment or engage if you are seeing this. Let's make sure this behavior is put out there in case others need info." Exhibit 33. Hmm. The stalking 20, let me know if you guys find those harassing and stalking, please, and violent. Okay, the July 23rd, 2020 Boise incident, coordinated physical stalking. The events in Boise, Idaho demonstrate how respondents' online campaign translated into the real world stalking involving multiple accomplices. The courthouse confrontation. Lori screamed at petitioner for attempting to sit down. Janice continuously filmed petitioner and Grayson throughout the day, which is Lauren and Grayson throughout the day. Multiple accomplices present. Okay, all the people that were present. The restaurant incident requiring police intervention. So the escalation at dinner was witnessed by multiple parties and resulted in official police involvement. Janice filmed from the outside restaurant property. Lori and Sarah approached petitioner's dinner to confront her. After leaving, they went to the restaurant across the street and waited. Petitioner and Grayson were so fearful, they called the police for escort. Officer Jacobs contacted on-call prosecutor and took stalking report, whatever. Suzanne Hendricks, who met them for breakfast the next morning, testified that, quote unquote, it was clear to me that the two of them were in absolute panic state and what I would describe as fight or flight. We're going to watch that clip too. We're going to watch all of these exhibits. It gets juicy. So please. Lauren has always seemed to be almost. Yeah, I watch her. I think they're good. Lawrence, I haven't seen anything about that. Respondents continued violations after being served. Most troubling is respondents' behavior after being served with the injunction on September 4th, 2025. Same evening, September 4th. Within hours of service, respondent posted videos with threatening content. Quote unquote, whoops, you messed up, ran around, and then you got caught. Comment from the accomplice is, quote unquote, time to tell the real story. Respondent's response, as you wish. September 5th, 2025, CrimeCon violations. Despite knowing about the injunction, the respondent told CrimeCon security that she knew about the injunction but intended to attend anyways. Officers found her at the expo near petitioner. She acknowledged to officers her husband had sent her the order. After removal, posted more threatening videos, including Eminem's Worm lyrics about violence. That evening, stood feet away from the petitioner in a hotel bar with camera. Expert opinion on violations. Dr. John Matthias provides professional assessment. I'm sorry, Dr. John Matthias needs to sit down and relax and not be involved in this case. I think would it be bias or like, what is the word, the legal term? I'm not a lawyer, but like, I think I said this in the other live too. I think someone else should be giving these professional recommendations about her mental health and such or whatever. Like, fine, include it in his declaration. It matters because he was harassed or whatever. But I feel like he needs to not be diagnosing his own wife. Like, I don't know, is it just me? It gives me weird vibes. Maybe I'm just crazy. In my expert opinion, when individual repeatedly violates a stalking injunction, it demonstrates not only a lack of respect for the authority of the court and the rule of law, but also clear antisocial traits and significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. Third-party corroboration of impact. Multiple independent witnesses corroborate the severity of the stalking campaign. Patricia, who's the manager of 𝗣𝐴𝐲𝐕𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐿, quote unquote, says Lauren is not a dramatic person. She does not exaggerate. She's professional, composed, and a truly wonderful friend. To hear the stress and fear in her voice has been devastating. Lauren lives in constant uncertainty, never knowing the horrific thing Christina will post next on TikTok. Sarah says about Lauren, I have personally witnessed the severe emotion. These are like, I guess, the little like public statements about Lauren or something, support paragraphs or whatever they're called. I've personally witnessed a severe emotional toll that ongoing harassment, bullying, and stalking by Christina has had on Lauren. She has been deeply stressed, depressed, and worried about her safety, her family's safety, her reputation, and her business that she has worked so hard to build. Suzanne, who is a former CNN anchor, says, both Lauren and myself are trained and seasoned journalists. When being trained as a journalist, you are trained to be non-emotional, to have thick skin and push through things. It is extremely clear to me from conversations I have had with Lauren that she has tried to remain that way, but at this point, she no longer can. Communications about an individual under Utah law. Utah code explicitly covers communications to or about an individual. The evidence overwhelmingly demonstrates communications about petitioner. Direct admissions by the respondent. On July 24th, quote unquote, let me tell you if she would have met the ex-friend of mine who I made this account to expose. That'll be exhibit 28. August 8th, can we talk about her own words and actions though? These are things Christina's saying, I guess. August 29th. Yeah, sure. I'm talking about this toxic person I met and knew for a year. They only knew each other for a year? Are you serious? I thought this was like that's crazy. I thought they what? That's too much drama for a year. Search engine optimization to target petitioner. Some of the respondents' video posted to TikTok are also tagged with my name, my husband's name, and my business name. This means that when someone searches up my name, the respondent's video pops up. No legitimate public interest exists. Respondent's own statement confirmed this is a purely personal vendetta. 1 year of friendship. Oh, yeah, 1 year. August 29th post. Quote unquote, I'm talking about this toxic person I met and knew for a year, attempting to burn her kingdom. July 31st post with audio about quote unquote inconvenient truth that would burn your false kingdom to the effing ground. Sounds like Christina is saying that she knows a lot about Lauren that maybe Lauren doesn't want to come out. Again, it's just gossip, hearsay, I guess. August 23rd, comment from Lori. Burn that false kingdom down. Personal interference. Respondent has contacted UNLV regarding husband's position. National news producers warning against working with petitioner John of Mormon Stories, colleagues in the petitioner's industry, crime victim petitioner works with. The statutory minimum is easily met. Utah law requires only 2 acts for stalking. The evidence shows that the 53 TikTok videos targeting the petitioner should qualify, and that 33 Instagram posts targeting the petitioner, and multiple physical confrontation at courthouses and restaurants, and continued violations after being served with injections and recruiting others to participate in harassment should all qualify to meet these statutes, I guess. Each post, each confrontation, each violation represents a separate act far exceeding the statutory minimum. The conclusion is respondents' opposition rests on 2 fundamental legal errors. 1, the belief that public visibility diminishes one's right to be free from stalking, and 2, the claim that social media accounts dedicated to attacking an ex-friend constitute protected public disclosure. Both positions find no support in Utah law and would create dangerous precedents. The statutory language is clear and dispositive. Utah law code explicitly prohibits communications to or about an individual. The legislature did not limit the statute to direct contact. It deliberately included or about to capture indirect harassment campaigns. Respondents' creation of multiple social media accounts posting 50 times about the petitioner over 6 months falls squarely with a statutory prohibition. Each of these 50 plus posts represents a deliberate choice to continue communicating about the petitioner to third parties, far exceeding the statutory minimum of 2 acts required for a course of conduct. Utah civil stalking statute protects all persons equally, regardless of their public profile or social media presence. The statute's inclusion of communications about individuals demonstrates the legislator's clear intent to prove exactly what the respondent has done here. Conduct an indirect harassment campaign through social media. To hold otherwise would eviscerate stalking protections in the modern digital age and create an untenable legal precedent whereby anyone with an online presence forfeits basic personal safety protections. The evidence clearly establishes that the respondent has engaged in sustained campaign of harassment through multiple social media platforms. This is not protected public disclosure. It is targeted harassment using friend as a thin veil for a personal vendetta. The First Amendment protects robust public debate. It does not protect weaponizing social media platforms to conduct harassment campaigns about individuals through dozens of posts over months. The evidence before this court paints a disturbing picture of calculated, sustained harassment that has driven a professional journalist and mother to contemplate unaliving herself. Respondent's creation of accounts solely to expose her ex-friend, her recruitment of others to join the campaign, her physical stalking across state lines, and her brazen violations of this court injunction demonstrate conduct that no reasonable interpretation of law would protect. Patricia summarized it at best. Criticism of someone's work is one thing, but setting out to destroy a person to incite fear and to threaten their livelihood is reprehensible, harmful, and flat out wrong. The court must reject respondents' attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield from multiple witnesses, including a forensic psychologist, aka Dr. Lauren Matthias, have identified as dangerous stalking behavior with clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. For the foregoing reasons, petitioner respectfully requests that this court rejects respondent's public figure defense as legally irrelevant, find the respondent documented campaign of 53 plus videos, 33 plus posts, and multiple physical confrontations constitutes stalking under Utah law. Convert the temporary injunction to a permanent civil stalking injunction. Refer to the matter for criminal prosecution. Award such relief as the court deems just and proper. This evidence demonstrates not just a pattern of harassment, but an escalating campaign that has caused a mother to tell her husband she wanted to die, an 8-year-old child to live in fear for his mother's safety, and an employee to require psychiatric medication. This court must act to protect the family from further harm. Wow. Hey, TS. So the child is carrying the burden of protecting his mother from the TikTok post he knows nothing about. Well, apparently he does know about it, right? Very sick, says Patty. Yes. Yes, Eve. Okay, so that was Lauren's response to the objections. Let's read Christina's objection. This is half as long, so it won't be too long. That was an interesting document. Okay. Sorry, StreamYard's doing me dirty. Wait, why is there 2 of them? Oh, okay. Hold on, sorry guys. I had opened 2 windows. Okay, Christina's objections. I have so many windows up because I'm covering Kata Scott later, so I have all those documents pulled up. Okay. So this is Christina's objection. Objections to various declarations that petitioner Lauren has filed in anticipation of the evidentiary hearing. Can be inconvenient, yeah. I agree with you guys. Let me get a drink of coffee. Okay. Objection. Lauren has filed 9 declarations in support of her request for a civil stalking injunction. 9. These are 1, declaration of Lauren, declaration of Grayson. We've already read all of these 2. Witness, second declaration of Lauren, witness affidavit, Grayson's second declaration, Sarah, Dr. Lauren Matthias, Susan, and the 3rd declaration of Lauren. The foregoing declarations are hereinafter collectively referred to as petitioner declarations. The petitioner declarations contain testimony and refer to exhibits that are inadmissible under various Utah rules of evidence. Christina objects to each and every one of the petitioner declarations as follows. 1. Matthias's declaration. A substantial portion of Matthias's testimony relates to events where Christina was not present and incidents in which she was not involved. The following paragraphs without limitation are irrelevant. She lists all those paragraphs. Matthias fails to establish foundation for many statements in the declaration, especially those assuming and implying a link between Christina and the events in which she did not participate. Lauren hopes that the court will infer a chain of events where Lauren masterminded several other individuals into allegedly contacting and harassing Lauren. The following paragraphs without limitation are not sufficiently based on Lauren's personal knowledge. List all the paragraphs. Matthias recites numerous out-of-court statements for their truth. Matthias does not lay foundation for any of the hearsay exceptions. The following paragraphs without limitation contain inadmissible hearsay. And she lists the paragraphs. Matthias makes broad statements about Christina's social media content as a basis for requested stalking injunction. The court should disregard these statements and instead require that Matthias produce the original or duplicate to the extent allowed under Utah Rule of Evidence 1003. The following paragraphs without limitation are inadmissible under the best evidence rule. Wait, so does that mean that she's saying that Lauren's not producing the original? So yeah, where's the original? We want those texts. So I'm assuming she's saying like, oh, there's things that are missing. Hey, Nama. Hmm. Interesting. 2. Grayson's declaration. A substantial portion of Grayson's testimony relates to events where Christina was not present in incidents in which she was not involved. Grayson was not involved in many of the events and communications she purports to describe, and those paragraphs without limitation are irrelevant. And she lists all the paragraphs. Grayson fails to establish foundation for many statements in her declaration, especially those where Grayson lacks personal knowledge and attempts to lay foundation for testimony based upon only what Lauren has told her. The following paragraphs without limitation are not sufficiently based on Grayson's personal knowledge. They're being called out here. I'm sorry. So she's like, you weren't even there, Grayson. Grayson, just like drink some tea, smoke a joint, and like relax. Like just relax. Okay. You weren't even there, is what Christina is saying. I'm just saying. Don't come for me. I'm just reading the documents. Okay. She lost control of people around her. It's scary. Okay. Grayson recites numerous out-of-court statements for their truth. Grayson does not lay foundation for any of the hearsay exceptions. The following paragraphs without limitation contain inadmissible hearsay. And she lists the paragraphs. Oh, by the way, I don't condone you doing rugs. I take that back for the purpose of YouTube. It's a joke. Ha ha ha. Okay, Grayson makes broad statements about Christina's social media content as a basis for requested stalking injunction. The court should disregard these statements and instead require that Grayson produce the original or duplicate to the extent allowed under Utah Rule of Evidence. Okay, and so you should exclude these paragraphs. The second Matthias declaration is problematic for the same reasons as the first Matthias declaration. The following paragraphs without limitation are irrelevant. Okay. The following paragraphs without limitation are not sufficiently based. Okay. The following paragraphs without limitation contain inadmissible hearsay. They list all of these paragraphs. The following paragraphs without limitation are inadmissible under the best evidence rule. C opines. I don't know who C is. Wait. Am I spacing something? It said C opines that Christina may have been in violation of the reported court order. His analysis of the legality of Christina's conduct is not relevant. C testimony does not establish a basis for his personal knowledge of the facts he states. C clearly states that a substantial portion of his testimony is based on what was reported to him. I don't know who C is. Am I spacing that? He's not on my list of characters here on the flow chart that I made. Touch grass, not smoke grass. Yeah, that's what you meant. Thank you, clearly, Shelly. Mm, isn't Lauren's husband in this? Yeah, a lot, Michelle. 53 videos and 180 days. Okay, it says the second Grayson Declaration overlaps extensively with the Grayson Declaration and many of the same evidentiary problems. Grayson brings up numerous events and communications in which Christina did not participate. Grayson makes general statements like Lauren and her husband deserve to perform their jobs without fear of being stalked and harassed through multiple avenues. Such statements are irrelevant. Grayson fails to establish foundation for many statements in the second declaration. Again, the main issue is that Grayson lacks personal knowledge and attempts to lay foundation for testimony based only upon what Lauren has told her. She also speculates about Christina and other motives and what will happen if the injunction does not issue. Grayson also recites numerous out of court statements for their truth. Grayson does not lay foundation for any of the hearsay exceptions. Indeed, a substantial portion of Grayson's testimony is not based on her personal observations, but instead what Lauren and others have told her. Grayson makes broad statements about Christina's social media content as the basis for the requested stalking injunction. The court should disregard these statements and instead require that you are produce the original or duplicate to the extent allowed under Utah rule of evidence. Grayson, girl, you're involved in a lot of this, girl. Like, you've been busy and heavy on the drama. Like, damn. I know she's the assistant, but like, and I know they were together 24/7. That's what was said in the other document. I think there's something not right there. Like, be your own person. Just my advice. Not that you need to take it. I don't know, the redacted declaration is not a declaration because it's not signed and does not contain the verification language required under Utah code. The court should disregard it in its entirety. Redacted offers general statements that allege effects of cyberbullying and recounts the contents of conversations that she had with Matthias. Redacted's testimony is irrelevant given the elements Matthias must prove in this case. Redacted's testimony is based primarily on statements from Matthias rather than her personal observations or knowledge. Redacted's testimony lacks foundation. Who's N? That's who this person is. I know I'm spacing it. I said it earlier. And purports to opine based on her experience in politics and does not lay sufficient foundation to establish her expertise and does not even attempt to set for her methodology. Any opinion offered by N is not reliable given that she is a close friend of Lauren and lacks objectivity and therefore credibility as an alleged expert. I agree. It's kind of like what I said about the husband being so involved in this. Like, dude, you're the husband. Like, chill out. Let another forensic psychologist come in and give their opinion of the situation. It might be different because you're speaking in terms of your wife and your conscience knows it's your wife. You know what I mean? Finally, does that make sense? I don't know. Finally, allowing expert testimony in this case would be prejudicial given the lack of procedural protections for Christina. Because N testimony derives primarily from out-of-court statements that Matthias told N, and that N is essentially repeating in her declaration. The N declaration contains inadmissible hearsay to which no exception applies. John Matthias's declaration. The John Matthias Declaration spends significant time reciting John Matthias's credentials and providing his analysis of Matthias, their son, and Christina. As discussed below, his statements do not meet the requirements of rules because they are inadmissible opinions and not facts based on John Matthias's observations. They are irrelevant. The 𝗣𝗏 Declaration lays virtually no foundation for the few statements of fact contained therein. 𝗣𝗏 does not establish the requisite personal knowledge. John Matthias purports to offer a diagnosis of Lauren and Christina. Both are inappropriate and do not meet the foundational requirements for admission as expert opinions. I agree. I agree with this. This is Christina's objection. John Matthias briefly details his alleged credentials, but then offers no explanation of his methodology. The testimony is unreliable and not based on sufficient facts or data. Further, any opinion offered by John Matthias is not reliable given that he is Matthias's husband and lacks objectivity and therefore credibility as an alleged expert. That's what I just said. Finally, allowing expert testimony in this case would be prejudicial given the lack of procedural protections for Christina. Because John Matthias's testimony derives at least in part from out-of-court statements that Matthias and others told John Matthias, which he is essentially repeating in his declaration. The John Matthias Declaration contains inadmissible hearsay to which no exception applies. The 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲 Declaration, she's saying because what all of these parts in these declarations are basically bullshit, is what Christina is saying, her lawyer and her. The 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲 Declaration is not actually a declaration because it is not signed and does not contain the verification language required under Utah code. The court should disregard it in its entirety. 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲 offers a general statements regarding her background as a reporter, the need for reporters to have thick skin, and her opinions regarding Matthias. 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲 also describes events where Christina was not present and has nothing to do with the incident alleged. 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲's testimony is irrelevant. 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲's testimony is based primarily on statements from Matthias rather than her personal observations or knowledge. 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲's testimony lacks foundation. 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲 purports to opine based on her experience in journalism. 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲 does not lay sufficient foundation to establish her expertise and does not even attempt to set forth her methodology. Any opinion offered by 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲 is not reliable given that she is Lauren's friend and lacks objectivity and therefore credibility as an alleged expert. Finally, allowing expert testimony in this case would be prejudicial given the lack of procedural protections. Because 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲's testimony derives primarily from out-of-court statements that Lauren told 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲 and that 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲 is essentially repeating in her declaration, the 𝗣𝐥𝐥𝐲 Declaration contains inadmissible hearsay to which no exception applies. And finally, the third Matthias Declaration is not actually a declaration because it is not signed and does not contain the verification language under Utah code. The court should disregard it in its entirety. The third Matthias Declaration is largely cumulative of Matthias's first declarations. Like the first two, the third Matthias Declaration contains substantial testimony regarding comments made by third parties and other irrelevant materials. The third Matthias Declaration lays insufficient foundation for Christina's alleged influence on others, Christina's intent, and various other statements. Matthias recites numerous out-of-court statements for their truth. Matthias does not lay foundation for any of the hearsay exceptions. Matthias makes broad statements about Christina's social media content and her communication with others as a basis for the requested stalking injunction, therefore not admissible. Given the format of the petitioner declarations and the uncertainty surrounding how the declarations will be offered into evidence, it is not possible to list every objection. Christina reserves the right to raise, reiterate, and/or renew any objection as evidence is presented at the hearing. So that was Christina's objection, the second objection. Okay, we're going to move on to a different document, but I kind of want to play a little bit of the clip of that live. And I kind of want to get into the exhibits too. So let's see, we have Lauren's objection to declarations. Oh, this is really short. This is only 5 pages. Okay, let's read this one. Okay, so this next document is Lauren's objections to the declarations. And this one's only 5 pages. Okay, so Okay. So this is objection to declaration of Christina. Paragraph 9, objection. Lack of foundation. Conclusory statement regarding the red flags without specific factual basis. Paragraph 11, objection. Vague and ambiguous lack of foundation as a source of information hearsay. Paragraph 12, objection. Hearsay regarding what multiple people expressed. Paragraph 2, improper lay of opinion regarding psychological state, lack of foundation for medical/psychological assessment. Paragraph 25, objection, improper character evidence, hearsay rule regarding the university records, lack of authentication, best evidence rule, no records produced. So she's saying like you're saying that my husband's not a real forensic psychologist, but you're not proving anything. Paragraphs 83, 85, improper lay opinion regarding mental health observations and diagnosis, lack of qualification for psychological assessments, speculation. Paragraph 86, objection, lack of foundation, hearsay regarding Grayson's mental health treatment. Objection regarding a podcast video content reference but not provided, hearsay regarding content of episodes. Objection regarding that Grayson allegedly told others about Matthias's condition. And then objection to declaration of Janice. So they're objecting on legal conclusion that statements were defamatory. Hearsay regarding conversation between Christina and Lauren. Hearsay regarding bailiff statements. Best objection to best evidence rule and authentication regarding the police report. Hearsay if offered for truth of officers' findings. Objection to improper lay opinion regarding interpretation and impact of online content speculation. Objections, speculation regarding Matthias and Grayson's mental state and proper lay opinion on psychological matters. And then she objects to Lindsay's declaration. Legal, I have to sneeze again. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I had to sneeze again. I think it's my incense. Object to declaration of Lindsay. Legal conclusion regarding actions I did not commit. Objection to speculation regarding sender's intent. Objection to hearsay regarding false claims and police calls, lack of foundation. Here's objection to hearsay regarding overheard statement and regarding retired officer statements. Improper lay opinion regarding interpretation of online content. Objection to speculation regarding Matthias and Grayson's mental health. She objects to the declaration of Lori, again saying cease and desist letter contents if declares lacks personal knowledge. Speculation regarding Matthias' intent and motivations, improper opinion, improper lay opinion regarding the interpretation and characterization of online content. Okay, so these are just basically everything they're objecting to. The declaration of Joe. That I think was not in the files, if I'm right. Yeah, that wasn't in this. I wonder why. Hmm. Objection to why declarant states qualifications, no foundation established that he's being offered as an expert witness. If offered as expert, improper disclosure and lack of compliance. Objection to relevance regarding discussion of threat assessment, expertise unless properly designated as expert witness, potential improper testimony without proper foundation. Hearsay regarding what redacted told declarant about Christina being accused of stalking. Objection to improper lay opinion and or speculation regarding Christina's being fearful, lack of foundation for mental state assessment. Okay, let's move on. General objections, exhibits referenced but not attached, cumulative evidence, expert testimony without designation. Okay, so. Oh, hey, Sleuthie. Mr. Lauren charges. Okay, let's continue. The next document is Objection to media request. Wait, is this like the law and crime part of it all? Objection to unspecified, unverified media requests for attendance, evidentiary, and access to court records. Okay, let me pull up the document. Um, yes. Okay, cool. I like it better this way. Okay, let's read this. This is going to be interesting. This is a law and crime. I don't blame law and crime for anything. Petitioner through counsel, okay, objects to unspecified, unverifiable media requests for attendance at the evidentiary hearing scheduled for October 16th and for access to court records in this matter. Petitioner respectfully requests that the court close the evidentiary hearing to the media and public, prohibit electronic media coverage of the hearing, and deny access to private court records. So Lauren, who is out there covering trials and everything, yeah, this is Lauren's petition to keep the media out. She doesn't want them there. She didn't want the media there. She didn't want all of this to get out, I'm assuming. Wow. That's just crazy. I know. I know. As a reminder, the court found cause to issue a temporary civil stalking injunction containing specific no contact orders, including some limits on respondents' online social media activity, targeting the petition and others. It was entered and served on respondent on September 4th, 2025. However, the respondent violated the court's orders within 24 hours. She then repeatedly violated it 5 more times between September 5th through the 7th. Each violation constitutes a criminal offense. This case involving ongoing stalking, harassment, threats, and defamation by respondent against petitioner and her family includes her 8-year-old child. Supposedly, the court received an ambiguous, unspecified quote unquote media request seeking to attend the October 16th hearing on petitioner's request for a permanent civil stalking injunction and to access the underlying court records. However, petitioner's request for basic information about the request, who made it, and when has not been provided. In addition to the reasons set forth herein, after permitting an unspecified, unverifiable media request, given the private classification of this case, and now the criminal nature of the respondent's conduct deprives the petitioner a reasonable opportunity to verify or properly challenge its authenticity and necessity. It's not a private classification, Lauren. You went out there and made an hour live after. That's not so private. And it has like almost 500,000 views. Correct me if I'm wrong. The irony. I know. Okay. Petitioner will be required to testify in detail about traumatic incidents of stalking, harassment, and threats. This testimony will necessarily include specific dates, times, and locations where respondent stalked or confronted petitioner, details of petitioner's daily routines, residence, workplace, and frequented locations, the nature and content of threatening communications, petitioner's current location, safety measures, and safety security protocols, the emotional and psychological impact of respondent's conduct on the petitioner's husband and 8-year-old child, and personal and intimate details about the petitioner's life, relationship, and activities. Media attendance and coverage may place petitioner at immediate physical risk. Chill petitioner's willingness to testify fully and truthfully. Re-traumatize the victim and her family, enable respondents' continued harassment through public dissemination, and constitute an egregious invasion of privacy, all while serving no compelling public interest. Um, Public interest, again, why state all of this in a document and then make a 9-hour live about it? Oh, to get in front of it. I'm not being a bully. I'm just saying it's what it seems like to me. My opinion, allegedly. Only. I'm not a lawyer. This is kind of wild. Anybody on the street could have walked and watched the hearing. Lauren, yeah, I heard about that, Rochelle. I need to look into that too. Yeah, we're doing Kinsey later. Okay, let's continue. So is every YouTuber who's talking about Lauren Case a stalker too? Oh shit. Me? Just kidding. Okay, let's move on. Presumption and authority to close hearings. While Utah courts operate under a general presumption of openness, the presumption is not absolute. Courts possess inherent authority to close proceedings when necessary to protect compelling interests, including victim safety and privacy. Utah Code of Judicial Administration specifically recognizes that records of hearings closed to the public are classified as private if the hearing is not traditionally open to the public and public access does not play a significant positive role in the process, or if the hearing is traditionally open to the public until the judge determines it is possible to release the record without prejudice to the interests that justified the closure. This rule acknowledges the court's authority to close hearings when compelling interests outweigh the presumption of openness. B, electronic media. Utah Code of Judicial Administration establishes a presumption that electronic media coverage shall be permitted in public hearings. However, the judge may prohibit or restrict such coverage if the judge finds that the reason for doing so are so sufficiently compelling to outweigh the presumption. Clearly not, because they're public documents. And again, whatever. She made a 9-hour live. Rule 4 requires the judge to consider factors including the privacy right of all parties and participants, the difficulty of effectively concealing from the jury evidence, whether coverage will cause harm to any participant. You mean to Lauren? Whether coverage will significantly distract participants or impair the dignity of proceedings, whether coverage will interfere with the fair administration of justice. I don't think law and crime being there is interfering with the fair administration of justice. They are like in every trial, literally. Some they don't even make lives about and stream. Rule 4 mandates that if the judge prohibits or restricts coverage, the judge shall make particularized findings orally or in the writing on the record. This rule requires that any reasons found sufficient to prohibit or restrict electronic media coverage shall relate to the specific circumstances of the proceeding rather than merely reflect generalized views or preferences. The balancing test for court records. When determining whether to allow access to court records, the rule requires the court to make findings and conclusions about specific records, identify and balance the interest favoring opening and closing the record, and if the record is ordered and closed, determine that there are no reasonable alternatives to closure sufficient to protect interest favoring closure. Rule 4202 recognizes the following interests served by non-public court records: to protect personal privacy, to protect personal and public safety, and to protect non-parties participating in the court process, such as victims and witnesses. And this is the argument. This evidentiary hearing should be closed to unverifiable, unauthenticated media request. Media attendance could place petitioner in immediate physical danger. The evidentiary, okay, well, clearly it wasn't true because just because Christina won the hearing, then she makes a 9-hour live. So you weren't worried about your immediate physical danger and safety, right? Like, does that make sense what I'm trying to say here? I feel like I'm gonna. Okay, but does it say anything about her 8-year-old having to testify? Because that's what her ass told everyone. And again, she brought her 8-year-old into this. I said it in the first live. If you guys missed part 1, I said it in the first live that what was around his environment is no one's responsibility and falls on no one but Lauren and her husband. Period. Like, she obviously heard the child obviously heard these things, right? Because the child wasn't at all of the events and functions. So clearly Lauren and John were talking about it and bringing it around in his environment. That's no one's fault but theirs. Media attendance could place petitioner in immediate physical danger. The evidentiary hearing will require petitioner to testify about specific details that would enable respondent to locate, access, and harm petitioner, her family, and her 8-year-old child. Current location information. Petitioner must testify about recent stalking incidents, which will necessarily reveal current residence areas, work vicinity, routes traveled, and locations frequented. This information would provide respondent with actionable intelligence to continue stalking. Daily routines and patterns. To establish the stalking pattern, petitioner must describe daily activities, schedules, and routines. This testimony creates a roadmap for future stalking. Safety measures taken. Petitioner will likely testify about protective measures implemented. Public disclosure would undermine these efforts and expose security vulnerabilities. Witness and support system information. Testimony may reference family members, friends, colleagues, or other witnesses or others who have witnessed incidents or provided support. Media coverage could expose these individuals to harassment or to enable respondent to infer petitioner's location through them. Unlike ordinary court proceedings where safety concerns are abstract, stalking cases present immediate concrete dangers. The information necessary to prove stalking is the same information that enables continued stalking. Media presence would chill petitioner's testimony and deny due process. The psychological impact. Requiring a stalking victim to recount traumatic experiences while media representatives observe and take notes is re-traumatizing. The awareness that these intimate details will be broadcast or published creates severe psychological distress. So making that 9-hour live and then a 3-hour live in response does not create severe psychological distress because it's your family, because like you're putting even more information out there and you're responding, which means you're participating in the back and forth and the public information that's being put out there. They are participating, John and Lauren Matthias. And I'm not hating, I'm just saying that's what it is. She said she thought it was a small YouTuber. This is offensive to real victims, says Garrett. Let's continue. Incomplete testimony. Fear of public exposure will cause the petitioner to self-censor, omitting details that are embarrassing, humiliating, or too personal to share publicly, even if those details are crucial to establish the stalking pattern. This directly impairs petitioner's ability to meet the evidentiary burden. The chilling effect on future victims. Oh, I think they lost their right to talk about future victims here. Like, this is bugging me now. Chilling effect on future victims. Media coverage of victim testimony in stalking cases sends a message to other victims that seeking legal protection means public exposure of their trauma, deterring victims from accessing the justice system. What about like people who have had real stalking experiences with like people showing up to the house with like pew-pews and like, you know, what you cut steaks with and stuff? And like being like shoved into a car and like raped and beat, or those kind of stalking experiences. Like those are real. What about all of those? Like, I don't know. Am I being insensitive? I'm trying not to be, but like WTF. Fundamental fairness. Respondent has chosen to engage in stalking conduct that necessitates these proceedings. Petitioner should not be forced to choose between legal protection and privacy. The victim should not bear the additional burden of public scrutiny while seeking protection from harassment. The hearing involves highly sensitive and intimate personal information. The testimony will necessarily include details of respondents' obsessive behavior and unwanted contact, content of threatening, harassing, or sexually explicit communications. The hearing involves highly sensitive and personal information. So the hearing will involve content of threatening, harassing, or sexually explicit communications. What sexually, schmexually? Mm, no, Melly, you're right. For the sake of freaking YouTube, dude. No, Melly, you're right. Thank you, Vanjie. So what is that? What was explicit? I need to see. I'm nosy. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. Impact on petitioner's emotional and psychological well-being, potentially including mental health treatment, changes to the petitioner's life, loss of employment opportunities, disrupted relationships, relocated residents, altered daily routines, personal relationships and intimate details respondent has used to harass or manipulate, and financial impact and economic harm. These matters go to the core of personal dignity and privacy. They are not matters of legitimate public concern. Media coverage would enable the respondent's ongoing campaign of harassment. Respondent has demonstrated a pattern of harassing behavior privately and publicly, despite petitioner's request not to be contacted, including threats to quote unquote expose her and to quote unquote burn her kingdom to the effing ground and to quote unquote put her head on a platter. More recently, the respondent's behavior had escalated, including 6 blatant violations of the temporary protective order on September 5th through the 7th, and even attempts to incite others to violence through multiple social media accounts created for the sole purpose. Media coverage would provide respondent with court-sanctioned details to incorporate into defamatory posts and communications, additional platforms to disseminate the harassment, perceived legitimacy by associating harassment with news coverage, permanent searchable internet recordings linking petitioner's name to these allegations, and specific quotes from the petitioner's testimony to excerpt, mischaracterize, and weaponize. This is not speculative. It is a predictable continuation of the respondent's established documented conduct. The court proceedings should not become a tool for the abuser. How about the court's proceeding should not become a tool for the petitioner? Okay, I'm being petty. I'm sorry. I'm trying to play cool here. What a circus. What a circus. Oh, geez. Okay, let's see. No compelling public interest justifies media attendance, but certainly the attendance of unauthenticated, unverifiable media. I think law and crime is verifiable, right? Like they literally show up to all the trials that we stream. The media has not been identified nor articulated and cannot articulate any specific interest that outweighs a petitioner's fundamental rights to safety and privacy. This case does not involve public officials or government accountability, matters of significant public concern or policy debate, systemic issues requiring public oversight, allegations of judicial misconduct, or novel legal questions of widespread importance. Any general interest in court transparency or public proceedings is adequately served by the public docket showing that proceedings are occurring, public portions of the record, the ability of parties to discuss the outcome publicly if they choose, and the result written order, which will be public. The presumption of openness does serve important purposes. However, none of these purposes requires permitting attendance of unauthenticated, unverifiable media at the victim's traumatic testimony in a stalking case. Moreover, stalking injunction hearings are not proceedings where the public access plays a significant role in the process. These are protective proceedings designed to safeguard victims, not public forums for debate. Electronic media coverage must be prohibited. Even if the court were inclined to allow some media presence, which petitioner respectfully urges against, electronic media coverage must be absolutely prohibited. Here's why, says Lauren. Privacy rights of the victim requires consideration of the privacy rights of all parties and participants. Petitioner's privacy rights are the apex in this proceeding. Electronic recording would create permanent audio, video recordings of traumatic testimony, enable widespread dissemination beyond those physically present, allow endless replay and sharing on social media and websites. Rolling my eyes. If they get stuck, please help. Result in permanent searchable content associating petitioner with this matter. 2, harm to participant. Electronic media coverage will cause direct harm to the petitioner. which will be severe emotional distress and re-traumatization, chilling of full and truthful testimony, increased vulnerability to continued stalking and harassment, long-term psychological impact from knowing testimony is recorded. What about the re-traumatization of you making that 9-hour life? Do you know what I mean? Anyways, impairment of dignity and fair administration of justice. Requiring a stalking victim to testify on camera fundamentally impairs the dignity of the proceeding and transforms a protective hearing into a spectacle. It prioritizes media interest over the victim protection and undermines the very purpose of the stalking injunction proceedings. See, the access to court records must be denied. Dang. They didn't even want us to have these documents? Is that what I'm understanding here? She didn't want none of this out. None of it. The records in this case are classified as private under Utah Code of Judicial Administration, which designates records in protective order and stalking injunction proceedings as private. For all the reasons stated above regarding the hearing, the underlying records contain detailed allegations of stalking incidents with dates, times, locations, evidence of threatening communications, information about petitioner's residence, workplace routines, personal and sensitive information about petitioner's life, witness statement, and supporting evidence. The records should remain private to protect the petitioner's physical safety, prevent enabling continued stalking, safeguard personal privacy, and avoid providing tools for defamation. There are no reasonable alternatives. Redaction is insufficient because even seemingly minor details provide actionable information to stalkers. The cumulative effect of partial information is dangerous. Comprehensive redaction would render records meaningless. Respondents' established pattern demonstrates any disclosure creates unacceptable risk. D, required findings cannot be made to support media access. Should the court consider granting any portion of the media request and require specific findings that the alleged media provide sufficient credentials verifying its media status, the media has articulated compelling public interest. The interest outweighs petitioner's safety and privacy rights. Less restrictive alternatives are sufficient. Specific circumstances justify deviation from private classification. They do not exist. No such findings can be made here. Specific relief requested. Further, regarding the October 16th evidentiary hearing, closing, the evidentiary hearing on petitioner's request for permanent civil stalking injunction to the media and general public, prohibiting all electronic media coverage of the hearing, including but not limited to audio recording, video recording, photography, and live streaming, limiting attendance at the hearing to the parties and their legal counsel, court personnel, witnesses while testifying, and any other necessary persons such as victims, advocates, support person, interpreters, prohibiting the parties and counsel witnesses from recording the proceedings by any means, making particularized findings that the petitioner's privacy rights and personal safety requires closure, media attendance would cause substantial harm to petitioner, and that the media coverage would chill petitioner's testimony and impair the fair administration of justice. The dignity of proceedings and protection of stalking victim require closure. The reasons for the closure relate to the specified circumstances of this stalking case. No reasonable alternatives to closure would adequately protect petitioner's interest. No compelling public interest outweighs these substantial concerns. Regarding court records classified as private. 6, denying the media request for access to court records, maintaining the private classification of all records, classifying the record of the evidentiary hearing as private pursuant to Rule 4-202, mark finding pursuant to Rule 4-202 that the interest in protecting petitioner safety, privacy, and security substantially outweigh any public internet interest in disclosure. There are no reasonable alternatives to denial that would adequately protect petitioner safety and privacy interests. Just means thank you. She basically didn't want any of this to get out, is what I'm getting from this. No court records, no one in there, no one allowed in the courtroom, no one to live stream, like whatever. Other general relief, issuing a written order. Okay. Sealing or otherwise protecting any transcript, audio recordings, or other records of the evidentiary hearing. Granting such other and further relief as the court deems just and proper. Conclusion, the court should reject the unspecified, unverifiable media request. Utah's judicial administration rules recognizes that some proceedings, particularly those involving victims of stalking and harassment and abuse, require protection from public exposure. This rule specifically classifies stalking injunction records as private. Rule 4 authorizes closure of hearings when the interest justifying closure would be prejudiced by release of the record. Prohibits a prohibition of electronic media coverage when reasons are sufficiently compelling. This is precisely such a case. Petitioner seeks legal protection from a stalker, providing that the protection requires petitioner to testify about traumatic experiences and reveal sensitive details about locations, routines, safety measures. Requiring this testimony to occur in front of media representatives, subject to recording and broadcast, would place petitioner and her family in immediate physical danger, re-traumatize the victim, chill full and truthful testimony, enables respondent continued campaign of harassment, and transform a protective proceeding into a public spectacle and serve no compelling public interest. The court has both the authority and the obligation to protect stalking victims who seek its assistance. That protection must include shielding victims from forced public exposure of their trauma while they seek legal relief. Signed Wednesday, October 8th. Literally not even a month ago. I'm shook. I can't believe that. Wow. Let's get into some of the exhibits. Yeah, we've been reading documents for a little bit. Okay, so we're leaving off on the request to submit for decision. Okay. Let's watch some of these exhibits. 8 days before her live. That's crazy. Wow, you're right. She thinks she's Gwyneth Paltrow. Stop. That's hilarious. I agree that the 9-hour thing was ill-informed indeed. I want to play a little bit of that whatever response was, bullshit response. And then I do want to play some of these exhibits or go through some of these exhibits. Okay, here's exhibit 2. And it's an apology. It's a text message. Oh, sorry. Hey, green-eyed Southern girl. Okay, so this is exhibit 2. It's an apology. Can you guys see that? Yeah, okay. It won't let me scroll up. It says, I love you and I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to me. I have a lot to process about myself and my actions. This is from Wednesday, April 9th at 9:52 a.m. I'm assuming Lauren is the blue. And then it says, the person responds and says, thank you for letting me be vulnerable and being vulnerable about yourself. And then it says, everything I love about you is real and sincere. Everything I judged you for before I gave you a chance. I was wrong. Unfortunately, you can erase the words and they hurt. I'll never, I'll forever regret the things I said and thought. But the truth is, I would defend you to the moon and back forever, and I do. But I realize it will take a long time to earn your trust, if I ever earn it again. And if I don't, I understand. I was so wrong. But I know that no matter where our path leads in life, I'll forever defend you and call you a dear friend with the biggest heart I know. I'd do anything for you if you ever needed me. Oh, it's Lauren and Christina. Timu, one of them. Stop. You guys are cracking me up. Wow. So Lauren is apologizing to her. Wow. That's crazy. Okay. Let's move on. The next exhibit is exhibit 3, threatening voicemail. Mm. I'm detecting, I agree, green-eyed. And this is 1 minute and 55. Oh, shoot. Okay, let's listen to this. That sounds like the initial apology about Christina finding out about Lauren, who called her annoying, right? Was it just annoying? Because it seems like a lot of drama for just being called annoying. Like, people call me that, like, every day. I'm not out here slapping cease and desist on everyone. Could you imagine? Oh, boy. Okay, let's continue. Okay, tell me if you guys can hear this. Okay, unmute. Does it let me do subtitles in this? Maybe.
Hey, Lauren, it's Liz. Let me remind you, Liz, I know you don't recall my name, but I actually think you do recall my name. But I'd like to talk to you for a second. I'd like to talk to you about number one, I guess, why you don't remember my name. But number two, I'd like to talk to you about why you are so upset about texts that you have sent to me in group chats about other people who I'm sure you don't. I'm sure it's hard to admit that you have said those things about those people, but I want to clear it up with you. So I would appreciate if you would call me back. No, not trying to be threatening or anything. I would truly like to clarify maybe where I'm missing something. So if you would please give me a call back, I would appreciate it. My number is
Wow. Wait.
my name is Liz, L-I-Z.
Oh, it's not Lori, it's Liz?
In case you don't remember, Liz, L-I-Z. Don't want to.
Okay, it ends there. Wait, you guys, is that supposed to be threatening? Did I miss something? Like, are my headphones not playing? Because, wait, was that supposed to be threatening? Wait, I'm not trying to laugh. I'm not trying to laugh. Dude, I probably sound more threatening in like my everyday voicemails than that. Shit. Trust. Yeah. That was threatening. I'm scared. Yeah. I was gonna replay it, but I think we have all come to the same conclusion that that was not very threatening. Okay, moving on to exhibit. Let's see. Exhibit 4. The threatened text. I'm shook over here. That's not threatening. I probably sound more threatening when I tell people just to call me back on the telephone. I'm like, why are you not answering? Call me back right now. Okay, thanks. Bye. Like, people are probably more threatened by that than the little lady on the line. Okay. I've probably been threatening people for a minute on the voicemails. All right. It says, so this is another message from Christina. So Lauren says, hey, Christina, I would appreciate you not talk about our private conversation, which you described as a vulnerable with other people. I have done this for you. Yet I'm already getting calls about things I said to you in confidence and I feel threatened. Do not screenshot or share private conversations that are meant to be private. Do not share things I've said to you in private because they are considered private. And I reiterate, this is becoming a threatening matter and I will have to take legal action if it continues. This is April 9th. Yeah, I was harassing Cree the other night. The little old lady thing. Yeah, Cree. Cree was like sleeping in her little bed and I was like texting her about something. And I'm like, where are you? Where are you? I think I was like the crazy friend. I am like a crazy friend. But I think I texted her like 4 times. 4 times. Yeah, I guess I'm a stalker. It says, okay, so then Christina says, Lauren, I can confidently say what you're claiming is false. I haven't talked to anyone about our conversation. As for your other request, dot, 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 I think you already know I'm not the one you need to worry about when it comes to sharing private conversations. I'll be honest, receiving messages like this, especially with accusations and threats, really puts salt in the wounds. I didn't expect that from you. Okay. Okay. Midnight says, I see no evidence yet or threats. Okay. Yeah, I think that was a very legitimate response by Christina. What was threatening of that? I'm confused. No, Lauren threatened her. You see this? I will have to take legal action. That was a threat. Christina didn't say anything here that's threatening. She never said I am going to. She says I can confidently say that you're wrong. She says, I think you already know. Anytime she speaks in terms of I, she's not threatening. So again, don't know what that is for. Moving on. That was a threatened text. Let's exhibit 5. This is a Reddit post. Oh, this will be good because, don't go on Reddit if you can't handle it there. Reddit is vicious sometimes. Let me pull this up. Okay. Oh, it's an audio. I was like, can you guys see it? Can you see the black screen? Sorry, guys. It's a 21-second audio. Oh no, it's a screen. My bad. How am I supposed to see this? It's a screen um record. It won't let me zoom in any more than that. Okay, what do you guys see on your end? Oh, okay. Okay, you guys, it's not black anymore, right? Or is it still black? It says, I started watching her. Oh, someone's commenting about Lauren on Reddit and she's offended. I started watching her at one point, then slowly realized something about her scripts aggravate me, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Like she's trying to use as many words as possible to make the video longer or something. Am I crazy or are her scripts like way overly wordy? And then someone responds and says, "Yeah, and all of the excess video clips just to drag it out so long." And then another Reddit user says, "If you go back to her early videos, sorry guys, I can't see, before all of the fancy backdrops, fight lighting, podcast sponsored act, those are the real ones I enjoyed. I started watching during her second backdrop. You could legit see her changing as the money came in. Oh shit. She started to get annoying even with the your true crime bestie openings. Wait, that's Annie Elise. I'm Confucius. Confucius in 1818. Like what? The year 1818. What does that mean? Who is she? So Christina sent this screenshot of Reddit. They're talking about Annie Elise because that's who says true crime bestie. Christina says, it is heartening to me that we would go from friends to you thinking I would participate in plagiarism. It's something I would never do. And if you really think I would, you should report me. To post this on a public, oh wait, Lauren has said this. Lauren said this. I'm sorry, I take it back. Forgive me. It is heartbreaking to me that we would go from friends to you thinking I would participate in plagiarism. It's something I would never do. And if you really think I would, you should report me. Report you to who? Like the plagiarism police? My professor? Or like who? To post this in a public forum is so shocking. I don't know what I did to deserve this. I'm deeply apologetic for the things I initially thought about you as I got to know you. Yes, I made mistakes and misjudgments of, and then it cuts off. Oh, wait. Just kidding. It doesn't cut off. I am not someone who make misjudgments of character, but that does not make me a liar. I am not a cheat. I am not someone who plagiarizes others' work or poaches others' employees. I am not someone who tries to defame people on public forums. I stand up for people, says Lauren Matthias. I have integrity and I own my mistakes. I didn't see owning your mistakes in that 3-hour responding video. Sorry, I'm not trying to yell at you guys. This might be too much for you guys on a Sunday. Anyways, I have integrity on the Lord's day. I have integrity and I own my mistakes. I am a work in progress. I am loyal and I am an honest business owner. Now I'm angry. Never would I ever try to hurt someone's family business by posting that they are practicing in something illegal, especially when it's not even true. As far as the Reddit goes, many creators were asked to cover Emily Pike at the same time. Oh, I covered Emily Pike. I did. Me, Melly, little Melly. Annie did not copy me. Oh, hell nah. Now she's talking about my girl Annie. Now we're going to have real problems. Real problems. This whole post is unnecessary, but the comment from you crushes me. I'm heartbroken, you would think. What? I'm heartbroken. You would A, think this is me, and B, write this. It is okay to protect my business and ask you not to post my private combos. Private? Yes, but what did I do to deserve this? I have no idea. If people are lying about me, they are lies. This is not who I am. And Christina says, wait, are you saying I'm one of the people who commented on that thread? Because I wasn't. If something I say gets twisted or misrepresented, that's frustrating. But it doesn't give you the right to put words in my mouth or assume the worst of me. And while I've talked about my situation with you to others, no one personally, let's not pretend that talking hasn't gone both ways. Boom. Honestly, it's hard to hear all this from you knowing some of the things you've said about me that have made their way back. I've chosen not to throw that in your face. Anything I've said about you, I've already said and said to your face or would be willing to. I need mouth to mouth. This feels okay. And Lauren responds and says, this feels like deflection. I'm not referring to gossip, nor have I suggested you haven't been hurt. I'm referring to posting falsehoods about me and my business on a public forum, and no matter how hurt you are, this is unnecessary. If someone else wrote those words, then it's someone with access to your account, and you and I both know if these are words coming from your Reddit account, they are attached to you. And Christina responds, oh, I went too far back. And she says, I didn't post on the Reddit thread, full stop. No one has access to my account, and I don't appreciate the insinuation or the accusation. It's not the first time you've assumed the worst of me, and I'm done defending myself against things I didn't do. That sounds like friendship issues right there, ma'ams, not for the court. I'm also not deflecting and I'm pointing out the bigger picture, says Christina. You're demanding accountability while denying your own role in what led us here. You've said things about me that were unkind and very untrue. And while I've let that go for the most part, I'm not going to let you rewrite the story now. You're entitled to your feelings, so am I, but I won't keep engaging in a conversation where I'm being accused, talked down, or treated like I'm the only one responsible for how things fell apart. And then Lauren responds and says, I've never rewritten history. I've acknowledged what I've done. I've apologized and acknowledged your hurt. I've never taken that back or pretended otherwise, even in my initial text today. I'm not afraid to own my mistakes, as I'm an honest and perfect person who works to be self aware and honest with my actions. Pointing our words Pointing out words written on your public account with the request you don't publicly defame me and sharing it hurts me in no way other rewrites history or disregards what I've apologized for and owned. I hope one day you'll be able to do the same when you hurt people and make mistakes. We agree to be done engaging. And once again, I am so sorry for getting you. And it ends there. So that is listed as the Reddit post, Exhibit 5. Mm, do you guys feel threatened? Please let me know if you feel threatened in the chat. Okay, so I think, and I might be wrong, allegedly, someone that knows Lauren and all of them worked for 𝐼𝐸. And that's what I think they were saying about poaching employees or whatever. So I think that's where 𝐼𝐸 comes in. She doesn't want people to know she's a good person in real life, sounding like, oh, she's not a good person. I agree. She's worried about her reputation. So she talks shit, but because it was with people she doesn't know, it doesn't count. Right. She's horrified the truth of how she feels about people is coming out ultimately. That's what it is. I agree, Cree. The Reddit posts that Christina didn't write? Yeah. I'm sorry. These are not threatening things that I have seen. And like none of this is threatening. I have real threatening emails. Like if you were wondering what a threatening email looks like. I'm not going to share that right now though. But let's move on. There's Exhibit 6, a threatening email. And then there's like some audio clips, I think, of the restaurant. So let me. Okay, so it's kind of like a video like right now. It's like a screen record of an email. Let me pull it up. Okay. So here it says, can I zoom in on this? I don't even think I can. Sorry guys if it's small. Well, let me make it bigger. I tried, but I'll read it to you guys. It's from Christina to Lauren. It says, Lauren, I was going to text you this directly, but it looks like it didn't go through. So I'm guessing you blocked me. If that's the case, that's totally fine. Just be real about it. Hitting block after starting a fire doesn't make you a victim. It makes you a coward. Oh, shit. On top of that, you're really out here playing the victim while casually coaching someone on how to trash Gigi on Reddit. Bold move, especially for someone who loves to preach about integrity every 5 minutes. But hey, maybe encouraging anonymous hit pieces is just part of your brand. I wouldn't know. I've been too busy minding my own business and not anonymously running smear campaigns in the commented section. Also, fun twist. I know that the Reddit comment actually came from one of your own mods, and yet you still claimed it your own when bragging to your old friends. So either you're lying to them or you're lying now. Take your pick. Do you prefer hypocrite or liar? Sincerely, Christina. Wait, it was one of Lauren's mods who did that? Oh, wait. So Christina's like, you had not your mom, your mod make that post. Yo. Are there 3 girls involved? There's like 10 of them, Alicia. I lost count. Like, there's this girl, Lori, Janisa. What's the other one? Lindsay, who got the cease and desist. I mean, there's so many. Oh shit, is right. Okay, so then let me see. What is this? Lauren replied, I can't see that. I was very invested by the recent episode. She reported that contains text messages from me. I can't read it, but it says, how's it doing? November 9th, replies to Lauren, how's it doing? My comment, I'm pretty sure it's the top one. Oh my God, it's proof. It's proof that like the mod created the post. Is that what I'm understanding? Oh, shite. And then it says, okay. She attaches the attachments and then it says to Lauren and John. Oh no, Lauren and John, their response back to Christina. It says, Christina, I blocked you because I'm tired of being harassed and threatened by others who are informed and illegally sharing and taking private chats out of context. The only coward in this conversation is the one who is unable to acknowledge any wrongdoing whatsoever. So who is starting fires? And then they sent a screenshot of the Reddit post. And it says, supposedly Lauren poached Annie's employee, and the employee is recycling scripts she did for Annie for Lauren. Not sure if this is one of those cases, but a friend of mine overheard the girl she poached from Annie talk about it at one of the trials. Okay, this is problematic in a couple different ways to me because, like, one, we don't know if she actually allegedly poached Annie's employee, and if she did and was in recycling scripts, then I guess some of the scripts we've heard on Hidden True Crime were just made to reflect their own work, but it wasn't their own work. That is problematic. We don't know if that's true. This is just what's in a Reddit post, but this is an exhibit. That's okay. That's their response. And then they say at the bottom of this little screenshot, it says, hold on, it's scrolling. It says, when someone tells me to stop engaging, my response is to stop. But here you continue harassing in the emails, though I've blocked you. This is Lauren's still response still. You're obviously misinformed about Gigi. I never wrote an anonymous hit piece about Gigi. That was written quite openly by Julie. Yes, a mod, and someone who attended the Caitlin Armstrong trial daily. She was correcting some factual errors that Gigi had made regarding a case I never covered. It was never a hit piece, and Julie doesn't hide her identity, nor did I ever anonymously write the factual correction from court. That was Julie. I asked how the comment was doing, which was supporting my friend, nothing more or less. I'm not sure how that has anything to do with smearing someone. Journalists typically adhere to factual analysis, unlike your correspondence, which is creating a false and defamatory narrative about me based upon a distortion of the facts and a misattribution of a post that I never wrote. But why get facts in the way of your far-fetched and false narratives about me? I blocked you and agreed to stop engaging, but I guess you had to have the last word because apparently you have no flaws and never made a mistake in your life. So I will ask you, please do not contact me. The fact that you continue to contact me after I block you leads me to question my safety. Are you going to show up at my home next, since you know where I live, and berate me until you believe your false narratives about me are proven to your confused satisfaction? I am also asking you to stop posting lies and false information about me publicly, which negatively impacts my business. If you continue to harass me and disobey my request, I will be forced to take legal action. Lauren. Again, I'm shooketh. Exhibit 7 is going to be like a clip. Dude, this is crazy. Wow. And we're just reading the documents. You make your own conclusion and assumption. If you want to be subscribed to Hidden True Crime, I can give 2 shits. You do what you want. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button. Okay, let's continue. This is Disobey My Request. I know, Lindsay Bay, like she's a pope or something. Annie is cool. I do like Annie. I really like Annie. Okay. This is like 17 seconds. Are you recording me? Please don't.
Okay, I need to
And
talk
please.
to you.
What? Why is that an exhibit? Are you recording me? She made a video just saying, are you recording me? Like she wanted proof. Okay, I get it. She wanted the proof that someone was recording her. What the helly? Let's watch that again. You tell me if this is threatening. Oh my God, if someone was recording me, I would be like, do you want a pig? Do you want to record me? I feel like a little celebrity. Dr. John is a weirdo for Brad Pitt fangirl. We might play a little bit of that because who knows? Okay, here we go with the 17-minute. Are you recording me? Are you recording me?
I need to talk
Please
to you.
don't.
Okay, I need to
And
talk
please.
to you.
Why end it? Why didn't you keep on recording? I would have liked to hear what was going on in the background and stuff. But she was recording her. They were freaking recording each other. What's the point? Hello? Is the judge in the chat? Can you? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, let's watch it one more time. Are you recording me?
I need to talk
Please
to you.
don't.
Okay, I need to
And
talk
please.
to you.
I mean, I don't know the context like around them, so I guess, you know, who knows? That was exhibit 7A. Now let's play exhibit 7B. This is also another little clip, hopefully not of just the floor. Hopefully it's a little longer than 17 seconds. They were recording each other at that point, so whatever, dude. Okay, this is 18 seconds.
Please do not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Well, I need to talk to you about the stuff you've said.
Please do
about
not
me.
talk to me. I feel threatened.
Okay, I feel threatened by the things you're saying about me.
So then let's stay away from each other.
I'm gonna
I
talk
think
to
that
you.
you're a bully. Please stay away. I feel threatened.
Oh, really, Lauren?
Okay, so that was part B to the first one. Okay, I'm dying over here. I'm laughing at myself. That was the part to the one we just saw. That was part B. Okay, so that was I don't even have words. There's not many times I come up here and I'm speechless. I think I can count the times that I've been speechless up here. Let's play that again.
Please do not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Well, I need to talk to you about the stuff you've said.
Please do
about
not
me.
talk to me. I feel threatened.
Okay, I feel threatened by the things you're saying about me.
So then let's stay away from each other.
I'm gonna
I
talk
think
to
that
you.
you're a bully. Please stay away. I feel threatened.
Oh, really, Lauren?
Who is that? Because that person is like, really? Like, I know you. You're really going to do that? Looks like Lauren talks all this shit, but don't want the smoke, says Sleuthy. Apparently, she feels threatened. That's a little much.
Please do not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Well, I need to talk to you about the stuff you've said.
Please do
about
not
me.
talk to me. I feel threatened.
Okay, I feel threatened by the things you're saying about me.
So then let's stay away from each other.
I'm gonna
I
talk
think
to
that
you.
you're a bully. Please stay away. I feel threatened.
Oh, really, Lauren?
Yo, that's crazy. I'm sorry. I got a hot perfume girl at the mall. I'm deceased. You guys are literally cracking me up. Oh my god, the perfume girls at the mall were more aggressive than this girl. That's hilarious. The dude outside the Chinese place in the mall. I'm telling you guys, I'm more aggressive just in my everyday life, I think. I'm gonna like question. Scary stuff, says Patty. Okay, let's move on to the next exhibit. Such a nicely organized little spreadsheet, thanks to Sleuthy. Oh, I was gonna try to drop your link. Sleuthy, I don't get on X that much. I will. I'll do it. Let's watch this exhibit 8. And this is public libel petitioner and dying brother. Oh, okay. So this has the people at the car dealership. I know. Okay, let me play this. This one is okay. This one's a little bit longer. This one's 34 seconds.
I should have seen instead of chalking it up like, oh, that's a little weird, but whatever. So her brother got in an accident and he was in a coma. Okay, so he was brain dead in a coma. She said she wanted to get her brother's sperm extracted from him.
Oh. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Whoa, there's a lot going on here. So it was a TikTok. Okay, so we'll go back and play the clip and then I'll read the post, the words. Was it bigger? Pause that way? Oh yeah, I think that's better. Okay.
One of the things that was a red flag that I should have seen instead of chalking it up like, oh, that's a little weird, but whatever. So her brother got in an accident and he was in a coma. Okay, so he was brain dead in a coma. She said she wanted to get her brother's sperm extracted from him.
Oh, so she was like publicly talking about it on. Oh, okay. I might have to say that's a little bit like uncalled for. I don't know, kind of bugs, but okay. So Christina says, what the words under this post say, 7-6. How could she not do that without his consent is beyond me. Beyond me. Anyway, I could not wait to fill my lifelong friends in on some of the wild red flags I saw, but somehow ignored in a year-long friendship. My girl Courtney's reaction was the absolute best. I feel bad for my ex-friend for half a second because she will never experience relationships like these. Girls that genuinely have each other's back. Girls that don't spread lies or rumors. Girls that love to their core. Girls that are literally ride or dies. Sorry, I can't see theirs. But then I am reminded that this ex-friend did this to herself. They're calculated actions, but she doesn't want relationships like this. It's her loss, and I refuse to feel bad for her. I had desire to go public with her actions until she started poking the bear and messing with amazing, kind humans. I'll explain more later. So I decided that silence was complicitness, and I'm not complicit. Again, this is not gossip, or drama. This is rooted in truth and facts, and I have receipts. That's what Christina wrote in that post. And then I guess there's comments that Lauren was bothered by. Someone says, I'm pretty sure this would be a form of grape, like wine made out of grapes. Catching on? I saw passionate color palette and thought you were referring to those rent and outfit ensembles that were being chilled for a while. Someone responds with, I wouldn't believe this if I hadn't heard it with my own ears. Christina responds to that person and says, so wild that multiple people were told about it. And then someone said, when somebody said, I'm pretty sure this is a form of grape, Christina said, yeah, you may be right. And another user says, wait, where does grape part come into play in this scenario? And a different user says, how would she get the sperm? I said form of. So wild that people were told about it multiple different times. And then somebody responded with, and then someone put a bunch of emoji faces. And then Christina did hashtags. Hashtag toxic ex-friend, hashtag bad friend vibes, hashtag toxic relationship, hashtag unhealthy friendship, hashtag ex-friend, hashtag mood killer, hashtag money grabber, hashtag gold digger, hashtag not a smear campaign, hashtag facts, hashtag good friends. Did you guys get enough hashtags or no? Let me know what you think, please. Okay, I'm getting Lily's link here because she made this. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say. Hashtag bullshit. What about that one? Oh my God, just kidding. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm being mean. Let me drop this link. Now, this is lower than low. I don't care how much she hates someone. This is disgusting. I think when people are losing someone, they can think drastic thoughts. You bargain for anything. I know I did with my mom. That's actually fair. That's a fair thing. That's a fair comment. Yeah, maybe she was in a state of mind where, she was thinking all kinds of things. I don't know. Okay, Exhibit 9, police video. We'll go back to the documents. I just want to make sure I combine a little bit of the exhibits with the documents. And I do want to play a little bit of that video response or whatever. Sharing my screen. One sec. This is a police video. I'm assuming. Oh, it's 2 minutes. Okay. She called the police at some point. Please only call the police when you really need them. Jesus. Okay.
Obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Spouting something is the law. And I want to know what, so I can wait a second for sure. I know, but what's the case law? I want the case law.
Oh, the police called Christina here. Sorry, I thought Lauren was calling the police like, hello, 911, I'm being stalked. But I was wrong. It's actually the police call her, Christina.
Obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Spouting something is the law. And I want to know what, so I can wait a second for sure. I know, but what's the case law? I want the case law, please.
And then you said you don't screenshot them, but then all of a sudden...
No, but I kind of want to now. If she's kind of harassing me. So I feel like I kind of want to. But what's the law?
Well, if you need to, then file a report down there if you get harassed.
I know, but what's the Nevada law? What?
I was just doing some searching. Here's the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to I don't want to say I'm a best detective or anything, right? So I do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because we don't, there's so many laws that we just don't know about.
No, I can respect that. I can respect that.
Sometimes we need to, we need to do a little bit of extra searching and things like that. So,
but I feel like to have a police officer telling me that, like, because to have a police officer telling me it's against the law to do that. I actually have several examples of her sending so many screenshots to me from other people. So,
well, then that person would be the victim.
Yes, so I could also inform that person that that she would be the victim of this.
Yeah.
So, but my question is, like, obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Stalking something is the law, and I want to know what, like, so I can wait a second for sure. Like, I know, like, I'm giving you grace here. Like, I get it. You don't have all the, like, I can't even remember my kids' names in a row at sometimes. Like, I can't even imagine remembering all the laws. So I can wait a second for sure, but I definitely am curious.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Obviously you.
Wow. Okay. And then in the comments, people are like, that's crazy. Okay. So I get it. No, Lauren makes Grayson call the police. And then the police officer patrol guy calls Christina. Okay. And then someone in the comments says, in the TikTok comments, says nothing illegal about screenshotting a damn thing. Christina responds with, thank you, especially because, like I said in the video, I kind of want to know now. Yeah, I mean, you are calling someone to, please know the law, like look it up before. I don't know if it's like section, whatever, just look it up. I don't know. And then someone says, what is going on? And Christina says, oh, just ruffling some feathers. And another commenter says, stop touching your hair. It's so distracting. And then someone said, some people fidget with their hair. Move along if it's so distracting. Okay. And then somebody else says, I definitely moved on. Okay. And then somebody said, part 2, please. Can you do a story time? And Christina responds with, haha, for sure. At this point, there's just so much. I feel like I'm in decision overload. And then someone said, was this a mall cop calling you? And Christina puts laughing emojis and says, seems like it for sure. And then someone said, he calling you? Cops are telemarketing for tickets now? Christina says, haha, I think they're just winging it at this point. And then someone else said, sir, was phone call done in an official capacity? And Christina responds and says, let's be honest, he had nothing. Haha, so officially unofficial. And someone else says, there's so many laws, we just don't know them. What? And Christina responds, how did I not even catch the weight of that line, though, in the moment? I wish I noticed that in the moment. Haha, the level of audacity this takes is wild. So those are like threatening emails or whatever. So hey, Sarah Beth, you guys wanted me to replay that one again, that exhibit? Thanks, Melly. Oh yeah, thanks. It is what it is. Yeah, we can play it one more time without me being like, huh? What? Who are you? Okay, let's.
Obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Stalking something is the law, and I want to know what, like, so I can wait a second for sure. I know, but what's the case law? I want the case law, please.
And then you said you don't screenshot them, but then all of a sudden
but I kind of want to now. Like, if she's kind of harassing me, so I feel like I kind of want to. But like, what's the law?
Well, if you need to, then file a report down there if you get harassed.
I know, but what's the Nevada law? What?
I was just doing some searching. Here's the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to I don't want to say I'm a best detective or anything, right? So I do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because there's so many laws that We just don't know them all. You know, especially-
No, I can respect that. I can respect that.
Sometimes we need to,
But-
we need to do a little bit of extra searching and things like that. So,
But I feel like to
let
have
me
a
see if I
police
can-
officer telling me that, like, because to have a police officer telling me it's against the law to do that, I actually have several examples of her sending so many screenshots to me from other people. So,
well, then that would. Then the person would be the victim.
Yes, so I could also inform that person that that she would be the victim of this.
Yeah.
So, but my question is, like, I mean, obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me, spouting something is the law, and I want to know what, like, so I can wait a second for sure. Like, I know, like, I'm giving you grace here. Like, I get it. You don't have all the, like, I can't even remember my kids' names in a row at sometimes. Like, I can't even imagine remembering all the laws. So I can wait a second for sure, but I definitely am curious.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
I mean, obviously.
Okay, so that was another exhibit. Yeah, I think we read the police reports on this timeline. If you guys want to, I think it was it was the first live. This timeline that Sleuthy made, that's really, really good. Okay, the next one is a voice clip, exhibit 10. So let's listen to this. This one is 1 minute and 45 seconds. Hey, 𝗣𝐿𝐴
Said she wanted to talk then, which totally caught me off guard, but I thought, okay, fine, let's see what she has to say. And what unfolded next was unreal. It was like watching someone trapped in their own maze of lies, spinning stories so fast she couldn't even keep up with herself. When one lie didn't land, she'd just pivot mid-sentence into a completely different one, like no shame, just constant spinning. And at one point she literally started mumbling under her breath, having an entire conversation by herself while I was just standing there.
Should have at least done your makeup, Jody. Gosh.
Yeah, because right, like, and by the way, that started, they were, like, it's, like, and I was like, would they do that to me? Like, anyway. Yeah, no, I know. So in many ways, I feel catfish, but it's.
And then in 1 second, she snapped and was like, oh, sorry, back to you.
But back to you.
And this is the part that killed me. She told me that we had to have that conversation right now because I kept repeating, you're in fight, flight, or freeze. Probably not the best time to talk. But she said, no, we have to talk now. My assistant is, quote, always with me. I'm never alone, unquote. Girl, no. I honestly think she just didn't want her assistant finding out what she'd done. So like I
Okay, and then in the comments, somebody says, I'm so here for this. I know this person and I have been wary from day one. So glad you got out. Christina responds, dude, same. You're lucky your alarm bells went off too. Someone says, whoa. And Christina says, right. And then, so this is the reference that she makes that Lauren is like 𝗣𝐷𝐸𝐴𝑔𝐸, which she was like, is threatening and defaming. I didn't think it was that bad, but to each their own. And somebody said, whoa. And she said, right. And then somebody said, she doesn't want her producer assistant to know who she really is. But the actual conversation is completely, and then there's like emojis. Christina says, I'm laughing at her talking to herself. Someone else says, all the back to yous killed me. So Christina says, so anyway, back to you. It's just like talking these stupid comments, you know, like, girl, playing her voice is diabolical. And Christina says, as in, give you more, or maybe I went too far with this post. Somebody said, no, we need more. People said 100% keep going. Someone said, someone named Lori said, I think the chick she's talking about sounds like the diabolical one. Someone else responded with, oh, she is. I just love that she put the actual audio. The 𝐼𝐸𝐬𝐧 audio. What do you guys think about that? I'm just kind of in awe that grown women conduct themselves on social media like this. They are probably friends. Oh. Interesting theories you guys have. Okay, exhibit 11 is called clown photo. I'm not going to replay that. I think we got it. Okay, Lauren thinks that Christina was calling her 𝐼𝐸𝐬𝐧, which is scary. But let's see. This is another screenshot, 11 seconds. You guys think it was all a setup for clout and views and clicks? Oh, I really hope that's not true because that would not be good. Okay, let's play this one.
The day, they have to decide who they want to be. And this one decided to be a jackass. But at the end of the day, they have to decide who they want to be.
Wait, are these Lauren's exhibits? How is that threatening? Okay, she's maybe calling her a clown, but like what? No wonder the judge said hell no. What?
At the end of the day, they have to decide who they want to be. And this one decided to be a jackass. But at the end of the day...
Oh, because she puts a clown face on Lauren's face in the picture. I missed that the first time. Yeah, these are all Lauren's exhibits. I thought there was like camera footage of like Christina popping in through the window in the middle of the night with like an axe. And like, do you see what I'm saying? The clown photo.
At the end of the day, they have to decide who they want to be. And this one decided to be a jackass.
Can you guys see that? Okay, that's messed up. Please, somebody, that is messed up. The clown photo. Oh my goodness. Okay, please, you guys, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't put clown emojis, okay, on people's photos. I'm being dead serious right now. Just don't do it. It's mean. Y'all can't tell me this is the first person. That's doesn't sound like it. Okay, next exhibit. Exhibit 11, watching you comment. Oh, this is the eye. This is the eye. Oh, thanks, green-eyed Southern girl. Bro, the number of times this has been done to me, dude, I know, Sleuthie. We're not out here claiming harassment. Okay, can you guys see that? Oh, geez. Here we, oh, no, you can't. You're like, no. Okay, good thing I caught that before I played it. There we go. Sorry, guys. Oh, gosh. Okay. Can I zoom it in? Okay, we see Lauren is there. Oh, wait. It's like when I zoom out, then you can see the full. So it's Lauren here in this picture. Okay. Oh, whoa. I zoomed in too much. Okay. Mormon Stories podcast. Okay, well, that's a whole nother conversation if we're going to deep dive Mormonism. Is that a word, Mormonism? Please remember, okay. She did outstanding work on the 𝐣𝐨𝐬𝐧. I can remember when she did the culture. Is this a video or is this just a screenshot? Oh, okay, I think it's just a screenshot. I even remember when she did the Culture Hop podcast with Rachel Stedman years ago. Someone responds and says, being a responsible adult is difficult. Hidden True Crime says, wow, Scott, blast from the past. And then Christina jumps in there and puts eyes. You know the eyes? You guys know the eye emoji? These ones, I think, right? Or is it these ones? Or is it these ones? Which ones is it? Just screenshot. Oh, okay. I'm like, not that one, this one. It's this one. Okay. Don't put those eyes, you guys. I might feel threatened that you're watching me. Wait, for reals? Is this a joke? That's what she's using as an exhibit. I feel like I need to get drunk. That's crazy. That's crazy. Um, okay. That's enough. I've had enough of that. That made her feel threatened. I'm officially done with that exhibit. That is not funny. I mean, it is funny. The exhibit is funny, and it shouldn't be because it's a serious stalking is a serious thing. So I don't appreciate someone being threatened by eyes. The eye emoji. Okay, so this is an email. Hey, Evie. Or EVG girl. Sorry, I thought you were Evie. What? Why is YouTube doing that? Oh my god, I can't even tell who you guys are sometimes because of YouTube. Okay, so this one. So it's sent from my iPhone. July 16th, Felicia wrote, "Hey, Dr. Dealin, I thought I would reach out to you to share some concern for the community and for your channel." Wait, who's Dr. Dealin? Who is that? Or Delhin? I don't know who that is. Hi, Mallory. Okay, I hope you're having fun, Mallory. Somebody's watching me. You guys are watching me. Okay, I don't know who this Dr. Delin, Dhel. I would thought from Felicia. Who the hell is Felicia? I thought I would reach out to you to share some concern for the community and for your channel. There's a lot going on behind the scenes involving Lauren Matthias and the true crime community. This has been brewing. Oh, so this is allegedly one of the emails that Christina sent to a coworker or business associate about Lauren basically defaming her and talking bad about her. That's okay. Thank you. I just came to that conclusion. There's been a lot of going on behind the scenes involving Lauren Matthias and the true crime community. This has been brewing for years and has recently blew up. There's a TikTok account exposing some of her disturbing behavior. There is a community that is delving into her husband's credentials and other credibility. Lauren has been blacklisted by a huge Facebook community because of what she has done to the admins. Ask Kay about her. Ask other victims such as Kay and the 𝐼𝐨𝐲𝐕𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐞 murders. Do you think it's odd that Lauren has no contact with Kay anymore? That's all I can say about that. Ask any of the true crime channels on YouTube she has had any interaction with, or news affiliates and their journalists that are the face of their networks, what their involvement with her has been. I'm not going to name any names, but just look at the 𝐼𝐨𝐲𝐕𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐞 headlines and the journalist who was in charge. The journalists were the ones who exposed the 𝐼𝐨𝐲𝐕𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐞 from the jump. Ask anyone who is anyone in the true crime community and learn about Lauren. Lauren will deny all of this. She will make an outlandish lie excuse and make everyone else out to be the liars. I think you're intelligent enough to know that when everyone else is singing the same song, it's everyone else who is correct. Here's the link to the TikTok account that is slowly exposing her. Lauren does not deserve a platform, especially one that she has personally blocked all of those from that can tell everyone about her treatment of them. I wish you the best with your channel. Thanks for all that you do. So that was sent from Felicia. And then there's another one. Hey there, John. I have not heard back from the TikTok creator, and I have found out why that could be. It has come to my attention that you are friends with Lauren and have been friends with Lauren for over 10 years. Also, that your daughter maybe possibly work for her. I imagine you can understand why the creator would not feel any trust in this situation. I suggest you follow her TikTok account. She has a lot more to share. There will be more revealed as the horrible things that Lauren has done to so many out there. I hope there could possibly be some part of you that sees this as actually serious and not some sort of smear campaign with unfounded accusations. Are you a follower of Mormon Stories podcast? What made you write me, John? And then that's what John says. Felicia responds with, no, never have been. Hopefully one day. On Wednesday, Felicia wrote, I watch from time to time. I've enjoyed the episodes I have been able to watch. You are great. You have a great thing going. I think what you're doing is important. I wrote you because of the fact that you gave Lauren a platform. She is on high alert at the moment, and it was perfect timing for her to do your show and attempt to do damage control. Don't allow her to take you down with her. So Dr. John wrote, I watched all the TikTok videos. The allegations seem vague and a bit petty. Can you please tell me the main things Lauren has done and provide any evidence you can? I'd be super grateful. I will not promote dangerous people, but I need details and evidence. And that TikTok channel was weak on both. They didn't even mention Lauren's name. So this Felicia person is trying to convince this John person to not work with Lauren. Felicia says, good morning, John. I can understand where you're coming from. Lauren's name is not mentioned. There's a reason for this. There are many in the true crime community that know without a doubt she's speaking of Lauren. The creator is petty intentionally. Keep watching her. She's going to continue to share more and more, so much more. Again, reach out to other true crime YouTube content creators that have had interactions with Lauren. Reach out to journalists that have been the face of the cases that Lauren has worked on. Lori Vallow and 𝐣𝐨𝐢𝐧, victims of cases. Get the information that you're looking for straight from those that Lauren has attempted to hurt. I wasn't going to name names, but I'm being told I'm being told to tell you to reach out to Nate Eaton of East Idaho News. I will leave you at this. Ask Lauren to her face. Well, she knows her assistant cameraman on her video of phone pings in Yellowstone for the LVD case. How well she knows her assistant cameraman. Ooh. So that email is basically saying that Lauren knows her assistant cameraman very well. Is that the infidelity allegation? Wish they'd have asked, do these seem threatening? So what is it that Lauren did to them? What's the bad treatment? Okay, let's see. Okay, that was the end of those messages. So I'm wondering who Felicia is. Is that just someone else in the industry? Okay, those are kind of like emailing people not to work with them. Someone has done that here to me online. They emailed people that I was that I had a wrench for and made lies. I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to talk shit about other creators or show any texts or pictures or anything. But so I don't know. Sounds like it. I mean, that is mean girl. Like, you don't need to email those people. Like, I think you just need to deal with the drama within yourself is what I'm saying, like Lauren and Christina. But reaching out, to prospective employers, that sucks. Yeah, I heard about the assistant, and I don't know. That's all an alleged thing. Someone gave me eyes. No, Sherry. Wait, what? Yeah, that I don't know. Have fun, Mallory. Those are allegations. I don't think they're true. I don't know if they are. I wasn't there. I don't know these people. Okay, so that was the email. Let's watch. Okay, we're leaving off on exhibit 15. I want to play. Are you guys down to watch a little bit of that response? Or go back to documents? I kind of wanted to just, I haven't watched it in full because I was like, what is this actually? Millie, Kay's daughter at difficult. Oh, okay. I'll tune into that. Thinks it is what it is. I've never seen that channel, but I will. I will. Response, please, Millie. Okay, yeah. I wanted to play a little bit of it too. I think LM is trying to create this because she's trying to get ahead of something like her husband's credentials or infidelity or something that's going to come out. I have that same feeling. Like, I feel like she just did this to try to get ahead of something. And I think she did it. It could be, like saving herself, like her reputation. Like, okay, now people know she's a mean girl. So yeah, like if there are text messages about her talking shit about other creators, yeah, obviously it's not going to make her look good, but that sucks, I guess let that be a lesson learned, but I just don't think it was necessary to waste, if you may, the resources, the law enforcement resources for this in the court, because they're actually people who have been really truly stalked. And I have been one of those people where like I wasn't like, well, I guess kind of in fear of my life. Like when people show up to your house and stuff, like that's scary, or try to like physically hurt you. I don't see any of that here. Like, I wish, is there more exhibits, like camera footage of like her at her home, or like, I'm gonna schmurder you text, or like, you know what I mean? Not so much this like mean girl stuff. But yeah, let's get into a little bit of this response. I don't want to give them the view, but I think it was ridiculous. Like, I don't get it. And they don't seem concerned for their safety or harassed or anything of that sort in this video. So we'll play a little bit on fast, on sped up is what I'm trying to say. Let me see if this is too fast. It's labeled the price of the truth. No.
Is because he's an actor in my generation. He's an actor I followed very closely over the years. He's an actor I really appreciated. And I've really kind of watched him mature and develop and grow. And that's been somewhat inspirational to me. So
you do like him. He talks about Brad Pitt.
So let me just say, so I'm going to do a little bit of my own fangirl here, I guess. But let me say that the reason I got to know Brad Pitt was because in 1992, he was in a movie called A River Runs Through It.
Mm-hmm.
A River Runs Through It is one of my favorite movies. It's one of my favorite books. It's a book by Norman MacLean, who was a professor of English literature at the University of Chicago for many years. He wrote this novella about his childhood growing up in Montana and how fly fishing basically saved his life. It's a brilliant book. It's a brilliant movie. Brad Pitt was in the movie. He actually played the somewhat delinquent brother. It was an interesting role that Brad Pitt would kind of reprise many times in his career, but he was very good. And I didn't know who he was at that time. And so I was interested. I'm like, who is this guy, right? When I watch a movie and there's actors I don't know, I'm always interested to kind of figure out who they are, where they came from. So I found that Brad Pitt actually was born and raised in a small town in Oklahoma. He was born in Shawnee, Oklahoma. And I also learned that at least some of his early career, he began in 1987. I didn't know any of his earlier movies. He did a few movies, and then he did work for a soap opera. So the evolution of his career really begins with soap operas. And, when I learned that, I thought, oh, this is interesting, right? Like, you don't see a lot of soap opera actors go on to become megastars. Sure. I mean, I guess some of them have, but I'm not aware of a lot, right? And so you've got this guy in this major movie. It's produced by Robert Redford. Robert Redford, by the way, in 1992, clearly saw talent in this young actor because Robert Redford has produced some extraordinary movies over the years. He's been in extraordinary movies. He knows the industry. He knows talent, and he picked up Brad Pitt. So shortly after that, Brad Pitt in 1995 was in a movie called Seven, and he was one of the detectives, and great job. So now my appreciation of this guy is only increasing. In 1996, he did a movie called...
What is the point of this? Like, what was the point of all of this? I do love that movie. Seven. I don't understand.
They're released publicly. Not to mention the ethical and moral issues about...
Let me fast forward it a little bit.
Betraying someone's privacy and their friendship and trust. That's a different issue. That's more of an ethical issue, right? But so let's just say that somebody releases a private message or series of private messages, and they get out to certain people. So an example of psychological essentialism is you take one of those messages out of context, meant to be private. You take one of those messages, and then you develop a sticky label that you apply to the person that wrote that private or those private messages, right? So let's say that some of those messages were snarky, or let's say that some of those messages were edgy. Let's say they were a little biting. Maybe they were sarcastic, right? But they were in the context of a group where that wasn't to be shared. Psychological essentialism suggests that
the reason why I didn't want to play it in its entirety is because they're not addressing the 9-hour live that they made. This has nothing to do with it. I agree, Patty. What is the point even? He's using his psychological or forensic psychology background to say that the people who bullied her or named called her or made fun of her eyebrows are wrong. I don't hear him. Where do they address? I'm going to fast forward because where do they address the situation?
The celebrity scale is, you and I are like a pittance compared to Brad Pitt, right? I can't even imagine.
Yeah, we're not a thing.
I can't even imagine the stress and expectations and criticism this guy has to deal with, right? I don't think any of us can imagine that. I can't imagine that for Taylor Swift, some of the biggest stars in the world. The Rock, I don't know how they handle all this stuff.
I don't either.
I really don't, right? So
YouTube's enough for me.
So my thing is, so this is happening. There's stuff before about affairs, and I'm just the guy does good work. I love the fact that this guy is trying to master his craft, right? What I care about is the quality of his work,
his art, his craft,
the quality of his work. And so I think it's interesting that in our current, it's interesting that like Brad Pitt being accused of abuse in 2016, that the situation you're in, this whole smear campaign from the start, that every bit of this is about a moral referendum on you and your...
Wait, the smear campaign? Lauren's the one who said that Christina was creating a smear campaign. Now Lauren wants to say that there's a smear campaign against her. Lauren, you made that 9-hour live. You did this. You canceled the injunction or whatever the hearing because you were going to lose the case. The judge did not side with you. What is this man doing anyways? Why do I get weird vibes? It's uncomfortable. Am I the only one feeling this way?
Character. Every bit of this is become a moral crusade, right? And what I find fascinating about that is that this debate is not happening in the realm of, oh, what's the quality of Lauren's work? What's the quality of Hidden True Crime's work, right? Like,
Right.
I could argue with Brad Pitt, for example, that this attempt to shift the debate to this moral crusade, to this moral issue, but it's certainly an attempt to shift the debate away from his work as an artist and an actor to something else, to something about his character, to something about his morals and his right. And the question is, so, and by the way, with you weren't accused, you've never done anything like that ever. Like, you've never done anything wrong.
Well, my eyebrows are a sin.
Right. Yeah, you may have to shave those. We've
And I
received.
love myself some.
Okay, well, don't gaslight me, please. I don't appreciate that, whoever you are, man, psychologist up there. This is gaslighting. And has Lauren ever done anything wrong? Yes, she participated. It takes two to tango in this situation with Christina and in Lauren. Clearly more than that here. But like, what is he even saying? I don't appreciate this. No, they're trying to like blame us. They're trying to be like, whatever you hear out there, Mean Girls, psychological preservation of the mind, and why you think the way that you do. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. Have another psychologist or forensic psychologist evaluate your wife without you paying them or hiring them. Please.
Botox. Keep going.
We've received some emails. I think there's I want to
And yeah, the comment about the Botox, no comment.
read a comment we received by
I don't do
Pinata
Botox.
Samurai. I love that.
Am I okay? Because I don't do Botox. Do I need it? Let me know. Don't need it? Okay, stay away from it. Let me know. Thank you.
Hey, by the way, thanks, Pinata Samurai.
This is a comment.
This is a comment that I love that summarizes this whole thing up. We received a brilliant text in comments, or I'm sorry, a brilliant message
Actually, don't say I do because it's going to hurt my feelings. And then I'm going to want to bring you guys on a live to get Botox for my first time.
in comments from one of our viewers. And here's
Aw.
what Pinata Samurai said.
Love the name, by the way.
I know, Pinata Samurai. It's so great. Next time I go to a pinata party with our son, I'm going to call myself Pinata Samurai. Quote, even if you were the devil himself, I'd still watch you. You're brilliant at what you do. You and your husband both. Right. And so the reason that's relevant,
I'm not the devil.
the reason that's relevant, I know you're not the devil. It's making a point. Obviously, you're not the devil. Only when you lock me in my cage in the garage.
Okay, first of all, no one said you were the devil. I didn't hear that in any of the exhibits. Just a little clown emoji. And why are you laughing about this? Like, I thought you were in fear of your life and scared of these people, yet you come on here and make this type of live where you're gaslighting everyone. Yeah, no, I'm not digging this. I feel like she's making her uncomfortable. Yeah.
The reason why that's brilliant.
Like, if you were in fear for your life right now, you would not be making a live like this. Like, you would literally be at home being like, oh shit, my son might not make it to school tomorrow. Like, oh my God, I can't do that because, like, what if they show up to a school and unalive him? Or, like, you know what I mean? Like, you would be thinking things like this, not coming up here and making a video. Like, we need a fucking therapy session. We don't. Thank you. We don't. Yeah, 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. No, it doesn't. It equals 7.
Is because I think it really gets to the core of this debate, just like Brad Pitt.
Kat Randall, hello, my love.
Right? Why isn't anybody debating this on the terrain of our work? Why is this being litigated as a moral referendum, right? And there's another question in here. If you're going to engage in a moral crusade, which is what all the people in the smear campaign have done, if you're going to do that, you're going to have some moral authority, right? The other part of engaging in a moral crusade is you need probably some bank account, some credits, some moral credits to bolster your position, right? Like, And think about that with your situation, right? Like, does someone who was kicked out of the Daybell trial for violating a number of court regulations multiple times, does that person have moral authority to comment on your character?
I'm not going to say.
How about this? Somebody who took your phone without your consent and went through your phone and the financials that were in your phone, this person knew that they were never to access their financials. That's our business. That person gets in your phone, looks at your financials without your consent. Does that person have the moral authority to engage in a moral crusade to ruin you? Or how about this? Someone who makes...
Dude, it was just the YouTube Studio app. The person went in there and looked on it. Okay, well, maybe, you know what? It's not cool to go through people's phone. It's not. But if you gave her your passwords and stuff, I mean, I don't know. You know? Yeah. Their egos are too much. Tasha says it's a filler. Oh, okay. Tasha says, don't be scared, Millie, of the Botox. Okay. Maybe one day. I'm scared. How did they get her password? Jason, I guess. Smear campaign against Lauren, please.
Comments on a TikTok about your brother in a coma and how you want to non-consensually try to obtain your brother's sperm. Does that person have the moral authority to engage in a moral crusade to ruin your character? Or how about this? Somebody who follows you around the courthouse, videotaping you, video recording you, constantly getting in your face, and because of that type of behavior, is not allowed to attend the memorial service that you put on.
I
organize.
participated in helping organize. My dear friend actually.
Does that person have the moral authority to engage in this moral crusade against you, right? So my point is that if you're going to engage in a moral crusade, you better be squeaky clean. And my point is,
this isn't about moral and the time where Jesus comes and takes us all and we've committed sins. I get it. I get the whole terminology of it. I get what he's trying to get at. But like, this has nothing to do with what you guys just did and Lauren's participation in this whole quote unquote smear campaign. I don't get what the hell this man is saying. And I personally don't think children should be around because he's a child psychologist, right? Like, I don't know. I don't like this. I guess what I'm trying to say is how he's acting in this situation, I guess, would worry me and my moral compass of like who would take his advice. Does that make sense? I hope that's making sense. You better be squeaky clean. No, I'm not squeaky clean, dude. I'm dirty AF. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. So please, you guys, don't think you're coming here and I'm squeaky clean because I'm not. I don't want to be a pretender and a faker like this woman. Thank you, Cat Randall. Yay, yay, yay. Cat Randall is being so kind and gifting memberships. Welcome to Jane. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Cat Randall. I appreciate you. Always supporting. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's continue with this.
That we all have flaws.
You're getting to the parable in the Bible, whoever hasn't sinned, cast the first stone. It's a good one.
We all have flaws. We all have imperfections. And so people make mistakes. You've made some mistakes here. You've acknowledged that. The question is that if you're going to engage in this type of moral crusade, that at some level you're going to need some moral authority to do that. And what does that even mean? I mean, I could talk for the next 5 hours about what moral authority means. We could talk about morality. I won't. I'll just say this.
No, please don't. I don't need a forensic psychologist to talk to me about my morals. What?
Morality to everyone is different, right? What is moral and what isn't?
I'll just say this, that
each person.
That moral authority is derived from a couple of places. It's derived from your behavior and it's derived from the community in which that behavior occurs, right? You get moral authority because the community confers it on you for either good or bad behavior, let's say, right?
Mhm.
And so it's interesting that everyone involved in the smear campaign is claiming this moral high ground, and they're claiming this moral authority to engage in this smear campaign and bullying and stalking against you because they're morally correct, right? Because they're right. They're going to show, they're desperately trying to show that you've done something wrong, that you're a bad person, and you should be canceled.
Yeah, well, and how about also someone is either all good or all bad? I mean, that's what you were saying at the beginning of this.
That gets into psychological essentialism. Exactly.
Yeah, psychological
So it's like the fourth grader. It's like
I'm gonna fast forward.
bias to Gabriel or to create a new view.
Right. And this is important because if people are engaged in a smear campaign and they get information that contradicts their belief, they're going to ignore it.
Correct.
They're going to stand their moral ground. They're going to stay with their moral superiority. They're going to remain in their self-righteous perspective because they have a moral authority.
They'll twist the evidence. They'll edit the evidence.
They'll edit it. They'll twist it. They're going to show
pull
you
the evidence out of context.
Right. They're going to show you whatever they want to show you because of confirmation bias and the cognitive response principle. So no matter what information you give them, it's not going to move the needle. It's not going to impact their perspective that you're a bad person and you're immoral. And they have to fight that battle on that moral terrain, because more than likely it's going to be much more difficult to fight it on the terrain of content and the quality of content.
Yeah.
But let's move on. So that's important to know because this is why when evidence comes out to the contrary, like you and I have gotten a lot of feedback from people that's been very positive about creators we've helped, about victims we've helped. They've reached, all these people have reached out to us, right? That contradicts their narrative.
Right.
And so therefore, that's information. That's evidence that contradicts their narrative about how immoral you are. Therefore, they're going to use confirmation bias and they're going to use cognitive response principle to negate or deny or minimize or delete all of that information that could change their perspective, right? That's how you continue on a smear campaign.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't need to know what defines a smear campaign, sir. We have ChatGPT for that. We want to know why your wife is involved with this and why she didn't want this to get out and why she felt a 9-hour live was necessary when she was in fear for her life and why she was talking about shit about creators in her text and why she is obsessively always hanging out with Grayson, who claimed that she had mental health issues because of this, but those were already there. So those are the things we need to know. Ew, ETS, really? I'm starting to think something else is going on here. I'm going to fast forward it again.
There's something, I'm going to read from a book here.
In other words, you're saying that I don't have a stalker and that I did a 9-hour live.
Okay, let me go back a little bit because this is where...
Do you just go from saying, oh, you know what? This person is so nice. One of these people that is no longer with us, she said, oh, John and Lauren are angels. All right? One of these people said, oh, Lauren is so kind.
Someone just sent us, we've been getting a lot of messages, by the way, from people that know people, and thank you. Someone else sent us a message from somebody that said they are just as nice as in person as they are on their podcast. And now...
We're so nice. We're so nice, just like we are on here, on the camera, in person. We don't give a shit who thinks you're nice, Lauren. Like, we don't give a shit about that.
And now you're evil. So the issue is, this explains it. This law of psychology, the fundamental attribution error explains it. Is it because you have a defective personality and you're evil and immoral? No. It's the fact that the situation changed. How did it change? Because you either changed their employment, you changed your relationship with them, maybe you had a falling out in your friendship. It wasn't that your personality changed, it's that their status with you changed. And because that status changed, they
Not
hate
him
you.
trying to justify that whoever was fired from working with Lauren is feeling this way.
So, why is this important? Because all the evidence here suggests that these people all saw you as good and moral and virtuous until something happened They either rejected you, you rejected them, the friendship changed, right?
The situation changed.
The situation changed. And so in that sense, it's really no different than the Milgram experiments in the sense that the situation is being guided by an authority figure. That's how you get the subjects to shock people, right? It's not that the people performing the shock treatments changed their personalities. It's that the situation changed. And so the most compelling evidence and most compelling argument here is you didn't change.
Thank you.
I know you didn't change.
Someone actually tried to tell me that I'd changed.
Okay. I don't need your husband to be like peanut gallery here. Like, we don't need to hear what your husband thinks of you, because clearly he's your husband and he's going to stand by your side. So what is this even? Is it necessary?
Thank you.
You didn't change at all. The situation changed. Their status and relationship with you changed. That's it. You're the same person.
Thanks. Still drive you crazy. I can still be annoying.
Yeah, right. You can be annoying, but you know what? I'm an adult. I can handle being called annoying or having people saying they're annoying. Like, that's what mature adults do. They can handle being called annoying. You can call me annoying too. You do all the time. So
You can be really annoying.
that's what grown-ups do. That's what mature people do. They can handle being labeled something.
Okay. Wait. I might have to make a clip about this. He said they can handle. Wait, but she couldn't handle the clown face. You know, in the picture, the clown. Do you guys know what I'm saying? I need to replay that part.
The shock treatments changed their personalities. It's that the situation changed. And so the most compelling evidence and most compelling argument here is you didn't change.
Thank you.
I know you didn't change.
Someone actually tried to tell me that I'd changed. Thank you.
You didn't change at all. The situation changed. Their status and relationship with you changed. That's it. You're the same person.
Thanks. Still drive you crazy. I can still be annoying.
Yeah, right. You can be annoying, but you know what? I'm an adult. I can handle being called annoying or having people saying they're.
So now he's mocking the whole being annoying thing. Okay, but you're not an adult, because you and your wife are not an adult, because you entered into the exhibits a clown emoji. You couldn't handle that. Oh, hey, Lisa. Hey, Lisa Linlin. I'm glad you are telling me who you are, because YouTube's playing us. No, so you're not an adult is what I was getting at with rewinding that.
Annoying. Like, that's what mature adults do. They can handle being called annoying. You can call me annoying too. You do all the time. So
You can be really annoying.
that's what grown-ups do. That's what mature people do. They can handle being labeled something.
No. Thank you, Sherry, for becoming a member. Welcome to Mellyverse. Someone said Mellyverse is not for the faint of the heart. Was that what somebody said the other night? Yes. And that was very much true. So thank you for becoming a member.
Yeah.
So we're covering a lot of terrain here. Fundamental attribution error is proof that you're not the one who changed. The relationship changed. You're the same person. That doesn't mean you're without flaws. Doesn't mean that you're imperfect. But
I'm not perfect. I am
Right.
imperfect.
So let's stay with this idea of morality, though. So with you, the fundamental attribution error basically says that you went from being a good, virtuous, moral person, and then your relationship with these people changed, and all of a sudden you're immoral, right? You're a defective character. That's the argument.
Dude, where in the paperwork that we have read thus far, we're almost done. We have, I think, like maybe 9 more documents. Where does it say she's an immoral, evil human? That has not even came up in any of the documents.
It's ridiculous because every single one of these people had a change in relationship status with you, and every single one of them turned against you because of it, not because you changed. And so obviously, what does that suggest? That's envy. That's envy. We'll talk about that more later. But before we do,
I'm sorry. Now she's trying to use oh my God, everyone wants to be me. Everyone's jealous of me. I was not trying to come up here being a bitch, but like, what? What is going on? Why are you not addressing your 9-hour live where you were in fear for your life? Why are you not addressing law and crime, that they didn't do anything wrong? They actually probably knew you were pissy about it and didn't do anything. Why aren't you addressing your stupid exhibits that don't prove someone's threatening or harassing you? Why don't you apologize for being a mean girl and apologize to your community and move the fuck on? Like,
people still might be saying, all right, whatever, John, like, people are moral creatures. They want to think they're good. They don't change their perspective of themselves. Fundamental attribution error. Okay, so what? This is the part I think that's important, because now we're going to get into why there are risks here and why this is a real problem. A lot of people, maybe not a lot, I'm sorry, there's some chatter out there that this is just like a big cat fight, right? This is just like a bunch of mean girls going at it. There's no victimization. There's no risk of violence, right? This is just all overblown. I'm going to show you now why that's not true. There's something, I'm going to read from a book here.
In other words, you're saying that I don't have a stalker and that I did a 9-hour live crying about a cat fight.
You were faking the whole thing and you were crying about a cat fight.
Or
right?
I'm dramatic. And
We'll get to that in a little bit. There's
okay, well, I don't want to listen to you reading to me because I read for fun in my everyday life. I do like reading. I was thinking of doing a book review. If you're into that, let me know. Dr. John, thank you, but no thank you. Don't fucking read to me. Let me fast forward a little bit. Thank you. Okay.
You harm them because you're immoral, because you're a bad person, and they will not stop until their goal is met, which is to ruin you or have you end up dead. That's the goal. Let me continue with I'm going to read another part of this book that's so important.
Oh my gosh, that's how I was coming up here. Do you guys remember when I was reading the 𝐼𝐸𝐸𝐸 book? I was up here with like my book in my face. If you guys want to read that book, I read it in like, I think 10 parts or something. Definitely check it out. The James Patterson, 𝐼𝐸𝐸𝐸. Ooh, crazy good. We will be covering that case. But anyways, I'm going to fast forward through his reading because yeah.
Oh my God, the stalking order is so frivolous. No, it's not. And this is why.
Okay, let me go back a little bit because he's talking about
they're good, you're evil, and because of that, the only possible way out of this is total ruination of you or death. I'm going to read a quick quote here, making this point. This is from a book called Human Destructiveness by Anthony Storr. Anthony Storr.
What? Humans destructive? No.
Anthony Storr is a brilliant British psychiatrist. He's written a lot on a lot of topics. He's writing here about, obviously, human aggression and destructiveness. Here's Anthony Storr, page 142. My dogma is, quote, my dogma is that all dogma is suspect. And it seems to me that most of the harm in the world is done by those who are dogmatically certain that they are.
Dude, please don't quit reading experts from the book.
Of obsessive qualities. They ruminate about the victim. They can't stop thinking about the victim. They obsess over the victim, right? That creates an attachment to the victim. Here you have that type of obsession. Another risk here.
Months and months and months of posts, despite not communicating.
Well, despite you saying you feel threatened.
Yeah, starting it with I feel threatened, then the social media, the Instagram to Instagram and TikTok, and there's a YouTube I didn't know actually until after this, in months and months and months and months of it without any response from me. Escalating. Obsessive.
There's also this inordinate rage and hatred towards you. And that's a risk, because when people develop this intense rage towards another human being, and I think, by the way, with the TikToker, I think a lot of that is repressed. But you see it, the way you see that rage is by ignoring a stalking injunction, right? The way you see that rage come out is by being oppositional. It's after our first hearing, it's going outside on the courtroom steps and doing a mic drop. That's taunting you. The stalker did that on the day of our hearing.
Wait, was that the video where she's like, please stop filming me? Was that it?
In September, she went outside, she filmed herself doing a mic drop. That's harassment.
What was supposed to, it was supposed to be our evidentiary hearing and the judge changed it to a later date and
The judge continued it.
lessened the stalking injunction, and she went out and did a mic drop.
Against Utah code, by the way. Utah code specifies quite clearly that you can't modify a stalking injunction without hearing evidence
From
the petitioner.
I'm sorry. They do good work in true crime. Like I can, some of their content I do understand and I like and I respect, but like, why are people still subscribed to them? I cannot personally watch someone that, like, I used to mod for everyone on YouTube, and like, once I found out who people were, I'm like, oh, well, actually, and so I just feel like, what the fuck is going on here? What is this? I'm so disgusted by this situation.
From Lauren, and the injunction was modified without hearing a shred of evidence from us. Also, just so people know this, our lawyer tried to get the stalking injunction enforced.
My lawyer, who's not my brother, P.S. Go ahead.
Our lawyer, Daston, not her brother, our lawyer who
One of four.
yeah, right. We have other lawyers too. None of
them are my brother.
yeah. So whatever. Let the rumor mill. Our lawyer tried to argue correctly that because there were multiple violations of a stalking injunction, which is a felony, that the stalking injunction should get automatically enforced. Guess what?
And that is Utah code. That is if you violate it twice.
Our lawyer made the point that hearing never should have even occurred. It shouldn't have even been an issue. It's black and white. Someone violated a stalking injunction. It gets enforced. It should have been enforced. End of story. Let's move on. You and I have.
No, the judge didn't feel like it should be enforced, John. You are a forensic psychologist. I have worked with them. Sometimes it is hard for them to understand that it's not in their favor. I get it. It's an emotional thing, especially with people who work in the healthcare field and in a mental health field and in the social services field. Like, the judge did not agree. And I know that's hard for you to comprehend because you feel with your forensic psychology degree that he should have. And they didn't. And that's just point blank, period, the truth.
Our privacy intact. That's all we wanted. We wanted this to be private. We wanted to move on with our lives without someone harassing us all the time, bullying us, stalking us.
I'm sorry, you wanted what to be private? The nasty things your wife said or the situation? Because we didn't even know who Christina was until your 9-hour live that got 500K views. So my eyes are stuck because I'm rolling them so much. Like, what?
Calling. We'll get into that later. Calling people, contacting people.
That's all we wanted. This argument that somehow we wanted views from Law and Crime or that we set this up, that's so ridiculous. Lauren,
I wouldn't put that past the situation now. Who informed Law and Crime of your hearing? Where's that information? Who did it? Who let Law and Crime know you had a hearing? Has any other creator let you guys know? You guys following this situation? Who invited, how'd they become aware of it? I'm curious, genuinely, no, truly, I want to know. They were just looking on the docket and saw Lauren Matthias out of the blue. Coincidence? I'm a spiritual person. I don't believe in coincidences. If you know what that means, you know what that means. If you don't, sorry. But was that by accident? No, I don't think so.
I'm going to read it again. Lauren read a motion that our lawyer wrote to protect our privacy. Almost no civil stalking cases reveal or disclose the information.
Well, and the reason many people have asked that fairly, and you know what? Let's not even get into it. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Let the rumor mill continue.
Yeah,
You
that's
guys
fine.
decide
That's
what you
whatever.
think about what I did. That's your right to discuss.
It's your right to respond appropriately because you made a 9-hour live where people donated money and you're getting paid for the views.
Go ahead.
So you have this obsessive behavior that increases risk. You have this inordinate amount of anger. In the UK, there's some local police agencies and social workers and people that kind of deal with stalking that often refer to what they call the big four. And when I say the big four, I mean four as in capital F, capital O, capital U, capital R. And so, and I know this is the UK and not here, but The Big Four stands for
No. I don't want to hear anything with the UK. Like, I don't want to hear anything with the UK. We are in the United States of America. And I don't care what the laws are over there. It's what belongs to that state, what laws are present in that state. Why does he keep referencing the UK?
Yeah, what was that one?
Fixated.
Fixated.
F means fixated. Fixated is this. So let's go through this. Is there fixation here? So yes, there is. There are social media accounts that specifically target you. That's part of the definition of stalking. Is there has to be some type of individual target. Guess what? Every one of these social media accounts is fixated on you. Fixation, yes. O. The O stands for obsessed. Is there obsession here? There's.
Oh my God. No way. Not everyone's going to say Melly is obsessed with her because she's playing her video and reading the documents. Oh no, I'm obsessed with Lauren Matthias from Hunt and True Crime. Oh yeah.
50 plus or
I want to be just like her. I want to be just like her. And I want to look just like her.
more, way more if you count all the social media accounts.
100.
There's
Over 100.
there's over 100 posts that show no signs of stopping or abating, all about you. Is that obsessive?
Mhm.
Absolutely.
And Lindsay did admit on the stand during that hearing that they never heard from me that
She admitted it was about you.
she admitted it was about me.
You were the target.
Mhm.
So we have fixated, obsessed. The U stands for unwanted. You, in an email and in a text, you said, I feel threatened. Please leave me alone.
In both the text and in email.
Email. Did that stop it?
No.
Nope. Actually, it escalated from there. Everything that was being sent to you, you said, please don't do this. And the person continued. Not only continued, but escalated. The R stands for
Yay! Kat Randall. Thank you for gifting another membership. That would be dos. Thank you, Kat. I love and appreciate you, friend. And yes, Kiwi got it. Hey, Kiwi. Looks like you're part of Mellyverse now. Get ready. Get ready for it. Thank you, Kat Randall. I appreciate that.
repeated. I think that's obviously a no-brainer. Was this behavior repeated? Obviously, over and over and over. So the definition of stalking, the most simplistic criteria for stalking are fixated, obsessed, unwanted, repeated. Yep, check. Here's how on one of the websites that talks about the big four defines stalking. Stalking, and this is stalking, this is physical or cyber, this is both, right? Quote, this is from a website in the UK. Stalking is a pattern of unwanted, repeated behavior that can leave you feeling scared or distressed. You don't have to be threatened with violence to be a victim of stalking. Any kind of persistent, unwanted contact that causes distress is stalking. Do you fit that definition?
Oh my God.
Yes. Let's talk about, again, this is from the same UK website. I'm also pointing out that this.
Again, why are you referencing UK law? Just reference Utah, Nevada, wherever, whoever your, whatever law in the, like, in the states you're in. I don't understand this. I just can't with these people.
There are other forms of electronic communication to threaten.
Not her taking notes like she's in my anatomy class.
Or engage in unwanted advances towards another. Pretty simple, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were you threatened? Yes. Was it unwanted advances? Absolutely. Let's talk about cyberbullying. This is how they define cyberbullying. Quote, cyberbullying is defined as sending or posting harmful or cruel text or images using the internet or other digital communication devices.
Lauren did the same thing. She was sending out messages about other people, right? To each their own, tomato. Like at CrimeCon in Denver, the bar where the police or the venue was, another YouTuber supporter person saw it go down and confirmed that Gigi from Pre Channel knew about the texts and lies. Oh, I need to get into that. The cuts are so weird. How much rambling did they cut out? Oh my God. I was just going to say this. I was going to say the level of editing on this is unreal. This is why I don't do pre-recorded videos, which I'm going to try to get into because I feel like a fake ass bitch up there because I'm like, I feel much more real coming live. I don't know. So the amount of editing here is crazy is what I'm trying to say.
was saying that you engaged in non-consensual, that you desired to engage in non-consensual relations with your brother to obtain his sperm? Was that a cruel message?
Yeah.
That's cyberbullying. I'm just gonna say quickly what this is also, ultimately, this is what Bartol and Bartol say about cyber stalking. Quote, ultimately, much cyber stalking up every day.
If he was a little more entertaining, I would play it.
To a social media
I don't need to know the book, like the book of psychology. You know what I mean?
campaign of multiple people constantly saying they're going to take you down.
And writing, again, my professional contact saying, oh, just wait for the receipts. Just wait, they're coming.
So spreading false information. That's another.
Wait, what did she just say? The texts are coming? The full text threads? We want like the 𝐼𝐸𝐳 text thread that I've been reading through. 31,000 pages of text messages. That's what we want. We want those threads.
Criteria. Here's another criteria. Gathering information about a victim online. That's called doxing. Did we get doxed? Oh, we got doxed. We got so doxed.
They were mad they had to work a little bit harder because we didn't have a
John, I'm not a forensic psychologist and my channel's nowhere close to as big as yours. People get doxed. It sucks. Get over it. It's one of the things you come to YouTube for, and you know it's going to happen at some point. You make you make yourself known. You put yourself out there publicly, just like you did in this situation.
LinkedIn, which is super sauce. It's like saying you don't have a face, if you don't have a Facebook. You know, is anything we're saying true?
So doxing, by the way, that's classic harassment. In fact, doxing is defined as harassment. Were we doxed? Yes, I was doxed. You were doxed. You know, I guess there was some good news that came out of it because she said, the TikToker said that she believed there was so little information on us because we curated our accounts. We have curated
our Google search results.
We've curated
We
nothing.
haven't curated a dang thing.
I don't even know how I would curate. I don't know how to curate.
I mean, maybe we should get somebody to do that. We could. I don't know.
And here is the last cyber stalking behavior that defines cyber stalking. Ready for this one?
Mm-hmm.
Encouraging others to harass the victim.
There's a lot of that, and a lot of that publicly.
Exactly. Do we?
Dr. John, I feel like you're increasing your blood pressure here. Like the Christina situation didn't do it. You yourself do that to yourself. Remember how she was like, my husband's health.
And so I find myself having a lot of
hurt people.
It can hurt people. It can incite. Look at the death threat.
Wait. Who is that in the background? Is that Grayson? Please don't tell me that is. Because I told Grayson to sit the fuck down like the last live. Is that really her? Okay, let me rewind it. I went fast forwarded too much.
Criteria of someone who's stalking. I don't know. I mean, have we litigated that in court yet? Nope. But I feel very confident that if and when we do, if we re-up this case and litigate it in another state that's not Provo, Utah, that we're going to show quite clearly that you meet the criteria for stalking and that you need protection.
And to the media who thinks that filming civil stalking injunctions is okay. By the way, I hope that you can reconsider that position and wonder if this is maybe why people that are being abused can't escape their abusers, or that it might be
No, Lauren. Law and Crimes did not do that.
Used as an abuser's way of coercive control if they're encouraging media to cover a civil stalking injunction.
Well, and on that point, by the way, we fought vigorously for privacy.
We did.
Vigorously.
The same county, by the way, where Charlie Kirk
Why are you editing?
was assassinated, I might add, by someone who was incited by online rhetoric.
No, don't compare to Charlie Kirk's situation. What the is she even doing? Does she have PR? Let me go, like 911. Lauren Matthias needs a PR person. Like, please arrest her. This is foul. Like, that's what I'm thinking right now. Because why is she doing this? She did it. I'm over here like, what? Charlie Kirk situation is so far from this. It's quite hilarious that she's even bringing it up. This is foul.
Violence. The same County, where someone lost their lives because of online rhetoric.
Does she not have a PR person? Like, Lauren, the money you're making from YouTube, please hire a PR person. I really, really highly recommend that. Like, please. Because this is terrible.
You said lives. Did Charlie Kirk have multiple
Lost
lives?
their life.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
On that note, when you talk about privacy, let's remind everybody
That is Grayson in the background. Please, someone tell me. Sleuthy, is that Grayson in the background?
that you guys could have gone public 4 months ago.
Yeah.
We could have sent masses to this woman's account 4 months ago. And why didn't we? Because we said, it's okay, we'll handle it. Let's just be private about it. We don't want anybody to know. Nobody knew about it for months because we continued to just try and be quiet until we felt like we had no other option.
So Grayson is over here saying, let's remind people that we could have come forward in public 4 months ago and taken this into our hands and send everybody over to her
But you didn't, because you didn't know then if what the judge was going to say.
account and taking care of this 4 months ago. But we didn't because we wanted this to remain private. And we didn't want people going over to her account to harass her or attack her. We could have come forward 4 months ago, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm also saying somebody reached out to me who knows this person, and they just wanted to let me know that they had been contacted. And I told them I find myself having a lot of empathy for her right now, regardless of what she's done, because I see the hate that she's getting, and I would never want somebody to feel that way. And I would never want somebody to consider maybe doing something to themselves, or maybe, like, I actually don't believe, I don't think that the way you get somebody to have remorse and to change their behavior is by screaming at them.
Yeah.
I actually feel like that incites anger and that makes them more vengeful. And so I find myself having a lot of
Grayson, please just shut up, because, and this is my opinion, allegedly, I'm not trying to be a mean girl, but it just, I feel like created some of this, your mouth and running to friends and she said, he said, and then you're lying about mental health, and now you're coming here trying to preach to me like I care and I don't. And why is Grayson inserting herself here once again?
It hurt people.
it can hurt people. It can incite, look at the death threat we got online with somebody loading a gun and quite literally shooting it, saying, if you come to my state, guess what I'm going to do? But so I don't believe in that. And I was telling this person who reached out, who had a relationship with this person,
the TikToker,
and just wanted to give me some information. I said, thank you for the information. And I literally sent back a message and said, I find myself having a lot of empathy. And although I'm really struggling right now, it's no secret I am. I've been public about it. Haven't been public about the specifics. I find myself having a lot of empathy.
Okay, but you were struggling before too. So like where's the law? Okay, where's the line? Because I was involved in a case one time where I was actually suing someone, and my mental health came into play, and they didn't consider the past stuff. They only considered the newer stuff. So like in this situation, okay, they might do the same, but was your mental health really this severe, Grayson? Because like, why did you continue to work for Lauren of Hidden True Crime if this is how bad it was? And how much lying is going on here is what I'm trying to say, if that makes sense.
Because I wonder if she's maybe in a similar boat that I've been in for the last while. And I never want somebody to feel that way. And again, I don't think that going to her account and screaming at her and telling her she's wrong, if you want someone to change, that's not the way to get them to change.
What I'm trying to say is, from my situation, is at the end of the day, it did end up mattering. My past condition did end up mattering in the present condition. So what I'm saying is, I don't think her mental health issues arise just from this bullying situation.
That actually makes them worse. The best way you can appeal to somebody's empathy and appeal to their conscience, really, if they have one, is by having one yourself and trying to do it reasonably. Now, is this person reasonable? I wouldn't necessarily say so, but I would say that, like, again, just going crazy on her on social media is not going to do anything.
well, yeah, and to the people that egged her on. That's my point too, the peer pressure. To every one of those commenters egging her on and continuing to tell her to do this, you also, hold some responsibility. That's mobbing. It's group bullying. And you didn't help her either.
So I've gone through the criteria for stalking, both legal and academic definitions.
Yeah, they have, I'm sorry, they have accepted no accountability. They can't just come up here and apologize, get over it, say that they lied, like none of that. You're right. You can't make people change, Grayson, and I agree with you, but Lauren and John are refusing to look at themselves. Yes. Are they seriously running with this whole thing, this narrative in their mind, and they just think that everyone's going to continue to support them and believe it? I do know they have a big following. I saw that people in their chat during this premiere, and that's fine. You guys can support. That doesn't bother me. But like, how can you support someone who's being so deceiving or trying to be? No accountability is correct.
To me, it seems pretty clear cut that you meet those criteria. Let's move on to different types of stalkers. So I'm going to refer to the same textbook, Stalkers and Their Victims, 2nd edition, published in 2009.
Okay, I'm not trying to have you reference the book again. I'm going to fast forward again.
Sustaining motivation of the resentful stalker is satisfying the sense of power and control that comes from harassing the victim.
Lauren taking notes like she gives a shit.
Resentful stalker almost invariably feels justified in their actions, that's the moral part, and presents themselves as a victim, fighting back against a more powerful oppressor. That, by the way, is a narrative that many people have picked up on. Because you're the big creator,
Yeah.
she must be the victim.
Right.
Right? That's a common theme that seems to be out there, that somehow you're harassing her because by doing this, because she's the poor victim, right? That's what's resentful.
She's not a creator. She's just a person that is a tourist at trials, and I'm the big podcaster.
Let's dig a little bit deeper into the resentful stalker. Here are some clinical features of the resentful stalker. Again, I'm reading from the textbook, Stalkers and Their Victims, 2nd edition. This is page 76. Quote, a context of conflict in which one party experiences themselves as a victim of injustice can give rise to stalking. This type of stalking is initially motivated by the desire for retribution. The stalking is designed to frighten and distress the victim. The stalking becomes persistent because of the satisfactions the stalker obtains from the sense.
Dude, like Sleuthy said, we're not trying to go back to school. I mean, I already am, but like, I'm not trying to go to the school of John.
Right.
And he's still reading directly from this UK law paper.
Covered the
They
definitions
did not
and
make a
criteria.
graph. Did I just see a graph? No, you did not. I am so, now I'm really going to put the clown emoji.
To me. Okay.
What?
Guys, she was explaining this to me and I was like, oh, okay.
You're like, oh, crap.
Okay, here we go. A narcissistic linking.
Lauren's like, oh my God, a flow chart. How do you read it?
Narcissistic linking fantasy.
You'll see on the schematic that under the narcissist, it says narcissistic linking fantasy. And some of the typical narcissistic linking fantasies are, they're listed by Malloy: special, loved, idealized, admired by, superior to, destined to be with the object. So what does he mean by a narcissistic linking fantasy? What he means essentially is that someone with narcissistic features that's very self-absorbed creates a fantasy that links them to the stalked object. The stalked object in most cases is a person. The narcissistic linking fantasy, so there's a link between the personality, often with narcissistic features. That's how people become so obsessed, because they're narcissistic, right? They're obsessed and they're narcissistic. They create a link to this fantasy of the object. Those fantasies revolve around feelings. I'll read it.
Yeah.
Page 18 from the.
Yeah, read it. I don't understand what you're saying, but read it. Yeah. Yeah.
My point is, though, that although you're not a celebrity at a major level, you're a celebrity enough to the TikToker that detectives are applying this label fangirl. So that brings me to, I talked earlier about psychological essentialism as a category, psychological essentialism. Now I'm going to talk about something called life force essentialism. Life force.
Can someone tell this man just so kindly to shut the hell up? With all due respect, I mean, what is this?
it's interesting that there's this fantasy
I
here
fast forward it because I can't listen to the bullshit.
about whatever.
Like my brain cells are dying. I thought they all were gone from smoking all the joints.
For the special quality you have, it's going to rub off on her. And that's part of this. That's part of this idea of not wanting to lose that connection to you. And having said that, I think if we're going to talk about the psychology of stalking, there's some elements here that there's been some research on stans that we need to talk about. So some of the elements that they found that create stans that engage in this type of celebrity worship or even fangirl people at a lower level like you, they found that an insecure parent-child attachment is typically common in stans.
Wait, does this actually happen? What? Do you have a time
Refer to
stamp?
you. This just refers to
That's
thoughts in general.
hilarious. He has a meltdown.
To go from devotion to disdain.
Dude, is this story time? Like, this isn't like me reading the Brian Koberger book to you guys. This is like pathetic. I don't want to hear this shit. Literally, I probably read this in psychology class.
Camera.
Oh,
Like, Lauren, what's up? No, just kidding.
you're so much in fear for your life here. You're laughing. You're so worried about Christina.
One thing that philosophers
I
do,
can't.
that, since I was,
I'm going to fast forward to this part.
it becomes a bit of a laughingstock. She hasn't physically harmed you. So the judge actually goes on record and says, you know what? This stalking injunction is dismissed because, quote, this reminds me of the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. So guess what? Go back to your life, just grin and bear it and carry on. Victoria has been supported by her husband for most of her life, but she finally decides, after having 3 children, all of whom are targeted by the stalker, by Becky, she decides to get a job.
Okay.
Reasonable course of action for a parent to say to empower you. The goal is to disempower all females that are stalked by other females. The goal is to make you look irrational. The goal is to make you look weak and stupid and irrational. It's to call you a liar, to discredit you. And you know what it's about? It's about the fact that these people cannot handle vulnerability. It's about the fact that years ago when that person cut me off, she could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion. And I'm still pissed. Years later, I'm pissed that somebody cut me off when I was going to answer my question in probably the most vulnerable way I could ever answer a question. Because it was about my son. And it was about JJ. So I say to all the haters who are claiming that you're lying and that this can't be stalking, I say to them, I challenge them to look again and to check their own emotions and to check themselves and their own inability to be vulnerable. Because what they're doing is despicable. And I want to make a comment too. I want to go back to this idea of psychological essentialism where we started, that all people at some level want to see themselves as good people. And that people often take small traits and amplify them, generalize from those traits to define another human being. Remember we talked about, Gabriel, the herder?
Mm-hmm. Gabriel, the 4-year-old herder.
There's a lot of people out there that are mocking your looks, that are making fun of your appearance. And I just want to say on that, I mean, people can, you're laughing about some of it. It's funny, right? Like some of it's roasting you, but let's look a little deeper, right? Like that's psychological essentialism. If you want to disempower a female, the easiest way to do it is to mock her looks and then to say, look, she looks stupid. She must be stupid, right? It's to do.
I don't think that's right.
The very thing that The 4-year-old
And why is he so red? Is he okay here?
doing to Gabriel, which was to take a particular element, a particular attribute of you, your looks, whatever, your eyebrows, right? And it was to say that because of that, you're a clown. Because of the way you look, that you're silly and you can't be taken seriously, and therefore you must be a liar. And you know what? That's fucking bullshit. And it pisses me off.
Did he just cuss? Oh my goodness.
Because it is so sexist and it is so demeaning and it is so disempowering of women. And you get it all the time, unfairly. You get it from women. But it's a classic case of psychological essentialism in the sense that you're taking one attribute, your looks, or any female's looks. I'm sure a lot of females out there have gone through this. It's taking one aspect, one attribute of you and generalizing to your personality and defining you in terms of that.
Yeah.
And if that's not sexist, then, then I don't know what the hell is. But, in today's world, it doesn't really matter. Right? It doesn't matter in the sense that, and it's not, by the way, you're so used to it, it's not going to harm you.
Right.
But I think what I want to say is I want the people to be aware of let's call this what it is. When you mock someone's looks, do you really believe that that's defining their personality? Do you really believe that that is a valid perspective on who that person is, that's a valid insight into who that person is? It's obviously not.
Obviously, you're making no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I know that
You're not. You did try to do like reverse psychology and you're gaslighting.
I talked about it earlier. I know that confirmation bias and the cognitive response principle mean that no matter what information you give someone, they're not going to change their mind. They're just going to come up with reasons why they're right. I know from confirmation bias that whatever I say here, they already have an opinion. They're going to believe that no matter what. So I'm just putting this out there because I'm trying to complement your 9-hour live with my lesser version of that, my research.
We don't want to hear your psychology trying to parent us, diagnose us, and half the world watching this.
Research based.
And by that, I mean YouTube world.
Live that analyzes the situation, because you know what? That's what our viewers expect. That's what our viewers like. This is what we do.
At Hidden True Crime.
At Hidden True Crime.
And for those of you that
Oh, we don't make a 9-hour live about me being stalked and totally lying. We don't do that. That was just a figment of your imagination. Never happened. Does not exist.
didn't know, because I think a lot of people that are talking about the epic 9-hour live haven't even watched this before. This is
I have.
what we do here at Hidden True Crime.
This is what we do.
This
I do want to get
is
back
what
to
we
the
do.
free speech issue. There's a couple of things I want to talk about at the end here, and then we're going to be done soon. You read this on your live? This is the memorandum
Yes.
by our attorney, Daston.
This is his reply. This is his reply to their free speech argument. The reply memorandum in support of requests for civil stalking and petitioner's pretrial brief.
I'm going to read some of this.
I
because
just don't want him diagnosing me and giving me any prescriptions or anything. Can he diagnose? I don't even think he can. I don't know what level
I
of
think it's important, and it's going to reiterate some of the issues we've talked about, especially about free
licensing.
speech. This is from the introduction. Quote, respondents' opposition fundamentally
Is
mischaracterizes
this the part, Sleuthy, or should I fast forward a little bit?
both the law and the facts of this case by advancing two legally unsupported defenses. Number one, the petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking. Think about that. She argued, her attorneys argued that her social media presence, that your social media presence diminished your protection from stalking.
Tell that to Taylor Swift.
So somehow, because you're a limited
Public figure.
And you have a social media presence, never once did you respond to her, by the way, but that diminishes your protection from stalking. And two, that creating multiple social media accounts dedicated to attacking petitioner's character constituted protected, quote, public discourse. Both arguments fail as a matter of law. The evidence before this court, including sworn declarations from multiple witnesses and documented exhibits, demonstrates a calculated campaign of harassment that has caused petitioner, you, to experience suicidal ideation for the first time in her life. As petitioner testified, up until 2025, I have never questioned that before. This has felt like a complete nightmare.
I think we read this earlier.
Can't wake up from, unquote. The dangerous precedent respondent seeks would eviscerate stalking protections for anyone with an online presence and would transform social media into a free fire zone for personal vendettas. The court should reject respondents' attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for targeted harassment.
Got it.
The First Amendment protects robust public debate and criticism, but it does not protect courses of conduct intended to cause fear or emotional distress, targeted harassment campaigns, true threats, and stalking behavior. This is from Virginia v. Black, 538 U.S., Counterman versus Colorado, 600 U.S. Quote, the First Amendment permits restrictions on speech that threaten unlawful violence or consist of targeted harassment. The most compelling evidence that respondents' conduct constitutes stalking, rather than protected speech, is that the singular purpose of their social media accounts. Respondent has created at least 2 separate social media accounts dedicated exclusively to disparaging petitioner under the thin veil of discussing, quote, an ex-friend. This is not a case where respondent maintains general social media accounts that occasionally reference petitioner while discussing various topics. These accounts were created for one purpose only, to conduct a sustained campaign attacking the petitioner's moral character. When 100% of an account's content targets a single individual, it cannot be characterized as public discourse. It is a harassment campaign.
My attorney is Dastin Dow, by the way. Many people asked. They thought this was really well done. Thank you, Dastin.
Oh, here's my attorney's name in case you guys were wondering that I made one up. We don't care. Dustin, whoever you are, sucks for you.
Supreme Court has long distinguished between speech on matters of public concern.
Actually, doesn't suck for you. I'm curious how much you got paid. Was that his name, Dustin?
And purely private disputes. See Snyder versus Phelps. Personal grievances between former friends do not constitute matters of public concern that warrant First Amendment protection when used as weapons for harassment. This is revenge masquerading as free speech. I'm skipping around, by the way.
Yeah. I read the whole thing on my 9-hour live. You're making your points.
The clear intent is to damage the petitioner's reputation and cause emotional distress. Each account creation, each post, and each attempt to expand the audience for these attacks constitutes a separate act in the stalking pattern. The use of multiple platforms demonstrates escalation and obsessive behavior, not legitimate commentary. Here, the numbers speak for themselves. 50 plus posts and videos about you, petitioner, over a 6-month period across multiple platforms. This far exceeds the statutory minimum of, quote, 2 or more acts required by Utah law. Each of these 50 plus posts represents a deliberate choice to continue the harassment campaign. This is not a case of 1 or 2 ill-considered posts in a moment of anger. This is a sustained, deliberate campaign spanning half a year. The sheer volume and duration demonstrate the obsessive nature of respondent's conduct and her intent to cause ongoing distress. The Ragsdale Court emphasized examining the cumulative effect of conduct. A social media harassment campaign creates unique cumulative harm. We talked about this in the research. Permanent digital footprint of attacks, viral potential.
I'm just like sitting here like, what?
Rather than to engage in protected speech. Respondent published a video with caption, "Without his consent," falsely insinuating the sexual assault of the petitioner's dying brother, who just passed away in March of 2025. The psychological cruelty of this post cannot be overstated, attacking a grieving sister with false sexual assault allegations about her deceased brother. The respondent posted recordings of petitioner's voice comparing her murderer to murderer Jodi Arias. garnering 33,000 plus views. The events in Boise, Idaho also demonstrate how the respondents' online campaign translated into real-world stalking involving multiple accomplices. He lists those. I'm not going to go over those. You've covered all these. I'm just covering the main points. Let's just leave out the case law. Respondents' creation of multiple social media accounts posting 50 plus times about petitioner over 6 months falls squarely within the statutory prohibition. Each of these 50 plus posts represents a deliberate choice to continue communicating about petitioner to third parties, far exceeding the statutory minimum of 2 acts required for a course of conduct. Utah's civil stalking statute protects all persons equally, regardless of their public profile or social media presence. The statute's inclusion of communication about individuals demonstrates the legislature's clear intent to prevent exactly what respondent has done here: conduct an indirect harassment campaign through social media. To hold otherwise would eviscerate stalking protections in the modern digital age and create an untenable legal precedent whereby anyone with an online presence forfeits basic personal safety protection. The evidence clearly establishes that respondent has engaged in a sustained campaign of harassment through multiple social media platforms. This is not protected public discourse. It is targeted harassment using an ex-friend as a thin veil for a personal vendetta. The First Amendment protects robust public debate. It does not protect weaponizing social media platforms to conduct harassment campaigns about individuals through dozens of posts over months. The evidence before this court paints a disturbing picture of calculated sustained harassment that has driven a professional journalist and mother to contemplate respondents' creation of accounts solely to expose her, quote, ex-friend, her recruitment of others to join this campaign, her physical stalking across state lines.
What is your point here, John?
Revisiting the Salem witch trials, the historical record, and also
Wait, did I go too far back?
Individuals through dozens of posts over months. The evidence before this court paints a disturbing picture of calculated sustained harassment that has driven a professional journalist and mother to contemplate respondents' creation of accounts solely to expose her, quote, ex-friend, her recruitment of others to join this campaign, her physical stalking across state lines, her brazen violation of this court's injunction demonstrate conduct that no reasonable interpretation of law would protect, except Provo courts.
Well, we don't know. We dropped.
Patricia Griffith summarized it best, quote, criticism of someone's work is one thing, but setting out to destroy a person, to incite fear, and to threaten their livelihood is reprehensible, harmful, and flat out wrong.
Thank you, Tricia Griffith.
Thank you, Tricia. The court must reject the respondent's attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for what multiple witnesses, including a forensic psychologist, have identified as dangerous stalking behavior with, quote, clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. We talked about that earlier in this show. Those are the main points. So for those on the side of free speech at any cost, that's what our attorney said. I want to
Okay, well, I don't really care what your attorney said.
end with, where's my book?
Oh, no, you gotta
Where's my
this
book?
It's over here.
My
No,
book.
it's not.
Is it this book under here?
It's almost over.
It's the, oh, here it is. I
Oh,
got it.
the jump cut, because he's like, where's my book? Where's my book? He can hardly move.
All right, here we are. How long has this been going on?
Not 9 hours. What?
Huh?
4 hours.
4 hours. All right.
4
I
hours.
thought it would be around 3, but we far exceeded that. 4 hours. So think about that. I'm less than half of your epic marathon.
Yeah.
So what?
I want to go back to this idea of a moral crusade and how important that was for this campaign. And I want to talk a little bit about, so one of the things I've been doing is revisiting the Salem witch trials, the historical record, and also.
Are you kidding me? He's literally referencing Salem witch trials for this. What your wife 50% created.
Arthur Miller's interpretation in The Crucible.
Okay.
This can't be real.
I think there's no doubt that the Salem witch trials were a moral crusade because they were obviously, the community was engaged in a smear campaign against specific individuals that they deemed to be witches. Of course, there were no such thing as witches. It was a moral crusade because it was based in the puritanical, religious, and spiritual worldview of the community. So the basic idea was that if you find witches that don't exist, that you purge them, you eliminate them, right? And that's the same thing we saw in Daybell, by the way.
How did you eliminate the one right in front of you, John Matthias?
Yeah.
Group of people that called themselves what do they call themselves?
The Seven Gatherers.
Seven Gatherers, right. Which, not ironically, is the same label that this group uses to describe themselves. Similar dynamics. But in the book, this is the Penguin Classics version of The Crucible. There's an introduction by a literary critic. His name is Christopher Bigsby. Bigsby does a brilliant job of summarizing the critical motivations in The Crucible, also a moral crusade. 19 witches were hanged. 2 dogs.
John, I don't know if you realize this. Like, we are adults. We did do history at some point in our life. We know. What is your fucking point?
Dogs were killed, and 1 person was crushed to death during the Salem witch trials in 1692. I'm going to read this line from the critic because I think it's absolutely relevant to this discussion, and I think it's a good way to end in thinking about all the motivations that this smear campaign involved, all the people that believe they have the moral authority to vilify you and dehumanize you, right? Just like they did in Salem, Massachusetts. Like, has the world really changed in 350 years? Has the world really changed that much?
I don't know. No.
Okay. Yes, we are in 2025, dude. Like, what? I can't.
I'm going to read this.
I'm actually now in fear because what these two do at home on their own time, I don't know. I'm starting to think things y'all don't want to hear because this is weird. This dynamic. Wait, somebody said it. Complex. His superiority complex is showing. Yes. He's slamming papers and shit. I know.
In his hands, meaning Arthur Miller's hands, quote, this is from the introduction, quote, in Arthur Miller's hands, the ghosts of those who died have proved real enough. Even if the witches they were presumed to be were little more than fantasies, conjured by a mixture of fear, ambition, frustration, jealousy, and perverted pride. That's exactly, I couldn't say it better. Those are exactly the motivations that fueled this smear campaign. Those are the motivations that fueled vilifying you, dehumanizing you.
I don't know. Yeah, I always wondered why they were so obsessed with this entire lectures giving Chad Daybell. Why were they so obsessed with this case? That Lori Vallow Daybell. That's some weird shit. And yeah, Amber, you said something funny. You were like, I like the Crucible. Which doesn't relate. No, it doesn't.
Let me read it again.
Oh,
the
please,
witches were presumed to be little more than fantasies conjured by a mixture of fear, ambition, frustration, jealousy, and perverted pride. Why fear? Why fear? Because I think you pose threats to people's identities. You pose threats to their self-esteem. You may have posed threats to their businesses. Not from anything you did.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Not from anything you did. Just from running our channel, from producing good art and good content, by getting good interviews, by being a quality journalist, by being an ethical journalist. You created fear. Ambition.
Ethical where? He's literally trying to do like, oh my God, everyone's threatened by you because you're so perfect. You're so smart and you have 320,000 followers, but you're a piece of shit human. So just disregard that 320,000 followers, subscribers.
Because all of these people were competitors. Their ambition to see you as a witch. Frustration. This group was frustrated because they couldn't control you. This group couldn't get you to conform. Jealousy. Jealousy over the quality of your work. Nothing more. Jealousy over the fact that you were growing so rapidly. Perverted pride. That's the pride to control the world. The pride to dominate the world. The pride to control other people.
Do you see that? He like looks at her so serious. Like, do you see what I'm saying? I am God. I'm talking to you.
The pride to harass other people,
Yuck.
to control them, to intimidate them. And most importantly, I'm going to add with this final thought. The pride to engage in a self-righteous moral crusade against you for no reason other than pure fantasy. That's it.
That's
So funny. I'm laughing.
That's all you got? And I don't have a watch on. Thank you. It wasn't 9 hours. But you were pretty good.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot. You didn't have to take a bathroom break. I did.
That's true. No, I took one.
Okay, you did. Oh, so did I.
That's literally how they ended it on their bathroom break. Did that address anything we were needing more information on? No. Why did they end it there? That is a weird ending. What happened to like the bye, thanks guys. We talked a lot of shit. We didn't tell you anything. We didn't address the live. Thank you for watching. Like that was weird. Yeah, I don't know. This situation is insane. And you know what? Go get the clip. Wait, where is it? Amber, did you post it on? Where did you post it? I thought I saw Amber said she posted it somewhere. Was it on her page? I can't access. I need to log into my Twitter on my computer. Is it on the Twitter? Or did you send it to me? Oh. Wait, Amber, did she send it to me? Maybe she messaged it to me. Yeah. She did. Okay. Thanks, Amber. Thanks, Sleuthy. Let me open this. Oh, wait. Is this the marriage one? Is that the one? Okay. Yeah, it was a weird ending. That I will say that much. That's a weird way to finish the live. Okay, I think I found this video, and this is the one that they're talking Sleuthy and Amber. You had questions, Claire. I have answers. Dr. John and Lauren Matthias proposal and wedding. Enjoy. Oh, she didn't send me that. She sent me a wedding one. But you said you posted it on X. Let me pull it up on my phone. Did you post it on your X? Kay's Woodcock daughter going live in 5 hours. Oh. That's how much I don't even get on here, girl. Oh, okay. Who's Turtle Boy? Turtle Boy from Karen Reed. I love me some Turtle Boy. I'm a fangirl. For reals. Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks, Amber. She just said she sent it to me. Oh, okay. I got it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We can play the other one too that Amber sent me. Okay. Yes. This is part of, oh, hold on. Let me share my screen. Thank you, ladies. And then this is from 𝐣𝐨𝐢𝐧. If you, 𝐣𝐨𝐷𝐿𝐳, if you guys are on Twitter, X, whatever the hell it's called. This is he's an angry man. They both need serious help. Listen to this pussy rant about Lori Hellis. Because mommy told him 5 years ago he can buy a toy in the stores. That's hella funny. That listening to this while refusing to look inward. True. Okay.
Saying this because of this was on our show years ago. And I will say this, one of the worst moments I've ever had in 5 years, one of the moments that pissed me off to no end, unlike every other moment on any show I've ever been on, this person was on the show. And somebody, a viewer asked a question of me that was extremely emotional. And I was pondering the question. You could see I was getting emotional. I was going to give one of the best responses I've ever given. And you know what happened? Because this person couldn't handle the fact that I was getting emotional, they cut me off. Yeah. They absolutely cut me off, refused to let me answer, because they couldn't handle that emotion in a male, especially in a male, that raw emotion that I was about to express. And I was so angry. If this person wonders why she's not on our channel, you might want to look at yourself. You might want to look at the fact that you cut me off in one of the most critical moments on one of our shows that I've ever had. You might want to look at the fact that people didn't like you. You might want to look at the fact that you spoke over Lauren and myself. You might want to look at the fact that you thought you owned this channel when you didn't. You might want to look at the fact that there was a groundswell of people who despised you.
I don't know. I get like, I only know like, what's the word? I can only think of it in Spanish right now. It's like, I get really weird, like controlling, like you have the complex problem, like the men and women, like he's a creep. I'm sorry. This is just, and then what about like acting like an adult? I thought he said, oh, we can handle being called annoying. He obviously can't handle being cut off by people.
I was going to give one of the best responses I've ever given. And you know what happened? Because this person couldn't handle the fact that I was getting
No, you can't handle it, Dr. John.
emotional. They cut me off. They
He is so mad. He's like, respond to me.
Absolutely cut me off, refused to let me answer because they couldn't handle that emotion in a male, especially in a male, that raw emotion.
I'm starting to wonder, like, I don't know, you guys. I'm starting to wonder things that I probably shouldn't be wondering or getting to. Let's watch this other one. It's their wedding proposal video, and then we'll end the live. So follow 𝐣𝐨𝐷𝐿𝐳 on X, and then Amber, you guys already know Amber, ATS. Follow her channel as well. We recently did a David live together. Okay, let's play this wedding proposal video. I'm curious to see what it's about. Let's see. I need to log into my X on my computer because clearly issues. I only have it logged in on my phone.
When I was 23 and I left college and I was
oh God, I'm already dying laughing.
Traveling around the country, this is one of the first places I came. And I hiked up here and I didn't know what to do with my life. I knew I wanted to do something that helped other people. And number two, I had a vision that someday
I am honored to hold.
Oh, there's more.
However we got here, whatever happened, I now believe in fate. I believe in soulmates. You are my everything. I cannot imagine journeying this world without you by my side. I don't know how I made it this far without you until now. Sometimes I think my life is now actually beginning. Whatever the future holds, I know now it will be beautiful holding your hand through it all.
Was this like the video that they played at the wedding? You know, like, what was this for? Like, I get it. It's cute. Like, okay, not with them maybe specifically in mind. What was this for again? Like, was it just for them to have memories?
I am honored to hold your heart, and I promise to protect and cherish it, and I will never let go of your hand. You are my everything forever. Love, Lauren.
I'm so glad we were invited to the wedding. Here we are.
when I reflect on our journey,
Do they seriously have this on social media? Like, I'm gonna fast forward because I cringe.
the rest of their lives as separate teens looking for each other. And
Did they seriously have this on their social medias? Like, what?
I hoped that such a thing existed, but I always doubted it. And I thought it was such a beautiful metaphor. And then
I guess we're looking at an inside real life look at their love life, guys.
You've taught me about hope and more hope than I ever dreamed of having. You've taught me about love. I never knew that I could love someone the way I love you. In order to reach co-op, we have to do it together. Matthias forever.
Okay. I think we've had enough of that. What do you guys think? Not necessary, folks. Sherry's like, Melly, cut it. Cut it now. Okay. You know what? This has been fairly interesting and entertaining. Thank you to you guys. It's a really cute, I just think it's like the time. The people, I'm just not. It's a cute thing. I get it. They're in love. Oh my God. Sung him. Hey, Ruth, but it's not the moment right now. Damn, the hope is all gone now. They fear for their lives. We know they're crazy. Just like her. And you know what, you guys? At the end of this live, I'm going to tell you, you can do what you want, support who you want, support them. We're just here reviewing the documents, public information, all public stuff you can find on the Twitters, on the Instagram. I was married 10 years ago. My wedding, but I just felt like it was so, like, not genuine, like scripted, like they're doing it for the camera. I don't know. I very much got that. You know what I mean? I've been to many weddings where a video wasn't even made and I just knew it's like genuine, maybe because I know the people. Overly produced. Grayson, did you produce this, Grayson? I'm just kidding. Still married? Yeah, I guess they are. Anyways, okay, this has been a long live. I cannot believe I've almost been live for 5 hours. We're supposed to have another live, but Sleuthy mentioned someone else was going live about this. Amber, I thought you were too. She might have rescheduled. And then I know Turtle Boy is going to be live. So yes, we'll come back and do another live in between or after. Produced, yeah. Anyways, okay. Who's the maid of honor, Gypsy Rose? I'm dead, MK. That was the best thing ever. Kenzie live stream. Yes. I tagged you guys on X or something. Okay, you did. I thought you were going live. No Watts tonight, ATS? Oh, I think you said you rescheduled it. Okay. Okay. Oh, oh, I saw. Okay, let me go to your page. One more post of the Daybells. I mean, the Matthiases. Just kidding. Okay, so this is on ATS, and I'll link ATS too, so you guys can go. Sub up. Shared by Sleuthy. I feel there's more to this too. Sleuthy has shared her experience being copyright. Ooh, is she gonna do that to us here? Is she gonna copyright all the YouTube people using her stuff? If she does, I will no longer be playing nice. Is that a threat? I don't know. No. Okay. Okay, yeah. That's who that's who Sleuthy said was going on tonight. So I'll definitely tune in and tell them you guys sent me. Okay, so this is, let me see if I can zoom in because it's on my YouTube. I think the thing that makes, I think the thing that makes the most Mad is that I don't like hypocritical self-righteousness. Krisha and Elle Mom are great examples. They are small, so we can be mad but roll our eyes. These two have big following and control subreddit and still act like this. To correct myself, says Lauren, I don't just roll my eyes at Krisha. I find her actions despicable and destructive. I think I can handle it more because her brain doesn't seem to comprehend anything comprehensive. Jordan and McKay know better. Mormon stories made J and K, yet they steal their lives, their entire show, and call it theirs without shame. So there's proof that she does talk mean girlish. I find her actions despicable and destructive. I need to know the context behind this. Yeah. Apparently they abuse YouTube copyright process also. More on that here. Okay. I'm going to link your video, Amber, so people can watch it. That is the victim's family she's talking about. I needed to go back to it. Wait, what? Krisha and Elle Mom are great examples with their social media have big following. I guess I don't know who Krisha is. So maybe this is the kind of stuff that she doesn't want to get out. And this is fair use and learning purposes. It is public information. Yeah, like I've said. Krisha is Kay's daughter. Okay. Wow. I really don't have much. Yeah. Charles Dallas's niece. Wow. Lauren owes the money. Also, wait for that to break in 30 minutes. Okay. No, I'm like learning with you guys. This is for learning purposes only. Fair use. Yes, Hidden True Crime has all of their lives on their page. They have like 500,000 views almost. All of this is public information. I am not telling you what to do, how to act. Don't go bully anyone, harass anyone. Do not contact the people mentioned in this live. This is all for social media learning purposes. And what not to do on the internet. Okay, thanks. And yeah, if you guys can tap that, like, yeah, difficult. What was it? Let me pull it up. Difficult Research is going live about it, and Turtle Boy is also going live about it there. If you hop over there, I'm gonna pop in both of those and say hello. Follow ATS News on YouTube, and follow Sleuthy. She also has a YouTube page, but she's mostly on X from what I'm understanding. And please hit the like. We left off on Exhibit 15, and we have, for tomorrow's live, we have like about 10 more documents to go through. So we're definitely going to continue this tomorrow night. We have a 𝐼𝐸𝐧 live later. I'll squeeze that in somewhere. Please hit the like button, hype this live up. Shout out to all of you guys for being here. Thank you. Shout out to the members and shout out to the mods. I will see you guys on the next one. Thank you for being here.